anything goes.
That's part of it.
Is our society really collapsing?
Well, no, the structure will hold. The structure will hold for quite a can withstand big shocks. But what will happen will be great hardship for those living within the structures. The few who can provide themselves the necessary means will escape most of the hardship, but the mass of the people will be oppressed, and more oppressed as time goes on, with murder and mayhem, with disorder, with an impotent police who were simply not set up, and with the fact that, see, the one big change in our modern society is this, and I think we can...
10 seconds, Father. We've got to take a break on the hour here.
Why don't we take a break right now?
Discuss supernatural manifestations of the mysteries of God. We talk with the world's foremost experts on Christian mysteries, as well as end-times mystics who warn us of what's in store for the future of humanity. Bringing decades of research and faith are your hosts, Marcus and Jackie.
Founder and president of Biblical Foundations International, and it is my very great pleasure to have with me today Fr Malachi Martin, who is, without any exaggeration or false flattery, probably the most recognized name around the world in terms of a very astute analyst of what is going on in the Vatican. And we are discussing today the controversy that has arisen all over the world, both among Catholics and non-Catholics, in the light of the recent statement that Pope John Paul II made to the Pontifical Academy of the Sciences recently, in which he stated ostensibly that evolution was more than a hypothesis. And this has reopened this whole raging controversy that we've had now between creation and evolution, between science and Scripture. And so we want to thank you very much, first of all, for being so gracious and hospitable and opening your home to us and letting us to pick your very unique brain for the next 60 minutes and get a perspective on what are the implications of this statement for those that have sought to be faithful to the historic Catholic faith for all these times. Is it true that if Catholics have been combating evolution in their local schools, sometimes even in their parochial schools, that now the Church has made a monkey out of such people? What can we say about that?
I don't think that's true at all, Jerry. It's, this statement of the Holy Father must be approached, as they say, with hooks. That is, it's like many another statement he has made, which is an expression of a personal opinion, which most of us don't share. And as a personal opinion, we can dissect it. It's not in disagreement with any basic dogma, but it does throw a spanner in the works of understanding, because the Church has always held that the creation of man was special. Nowadays, it's something as you and I are going to examine exactly what latitude there is for thinking about evolution as a Catholic. But so the first time, by the way, we should say this, Jerry, too, that what happened in reality is that the Pontifical Academy of Sciences asked the Holy Father to make a statement about evolution. And he asked them to write one, and he would make it his own, which is what occurred. The Pope hasn't got a lot of time nowadays to devote to what is a minor question, evolution, as regards the miseries afflicting the Church. So he did make it his own by saying that now it should be treated as a serious hypothesis. I think we could start at that point.
Okay, good.
It's one of his statements which is by no means summons our faith in his infallibility, or his wisdom, or his stature as Pope.
It was not an ex cathedra pronouncement intended to dogmatically define a matter of faith and morals.
Really, we must talk about this statement of his as the statement of an intellectual, because that's where we are at this moment with this whole doctrine.
I know one of the other sources of confusion about the significance of this statement is that apparently the original was in French, which is rather unusual. I've read the transcripts that have been excerpted in the New York Times and in Time magazine and so forth, and when the Pope said that evolution was more than a hypothesis, some have argued that there was an ambiguity in the French that perhaps laid itself open to a more liberal interpretation because, and I have not seen the French, so I'm only speculating myself, but if indeed the French said something like l'évolution c'est plus qu'une hypothèse, or une hypothèse, I can't remember if it's masculine or feminine, but which is it? Une. If they said c'est plus qu'une hypothèse, then it would, the indefinite article is ambiguous. It could mean it's more than a hypothesis, an indefinite article, or it could have been the ordinal number. There is more than one hypothesis when we look at the whole concept of evolution. There are different ways of doing it. So maybe he was simply talking about the fact that there are myriad theories, many of them conflicting in evolution, and simply saying it's not a simple Darwin right or wrong type of thing. Nonetheless, however much premeditation went into the deliberate ambiguity, perhaps it was a deliberate ambiguity on the part of the Academy of Sciences, we certainly live in an age in which a lot of recent statements in the last 30 years have been carefully crafted as political compromise documents to admit of a more liberal or a more traditional interpretation. There is certainly an interpretation of his statement that would, it seems to me, contradict the more strongly cautionary note we find in earlier magisterial statements. One I was thinking of, in particular, was the statement of the great Pope St. Pius X at the turn of the century, his condemnation of modernism in Pascendi Dominici Gregis, in which, in describing the modernist mindset, he says in section 26, quote, "First of all, they lay down the general principle that in a living religion everything is subject to change and must in fact be changed. In this way, they pass to what is practically their principal doctrine, namely evolution. To the laws of evolution, excuse me, everything is subject under penalty of death. Dogma, church, worship, the books we revere as sacred, that is the sacred scriptures, and even the faith itself." And it certainly seems, in reading this doctrine, or in reading this dogmatic exposition of Pope St. Pius X, that he was telling Catholics to be careful that evolution does not become the sort of master key that explains all of human history, all of human phenomena, and even a constantly changing Catholic faith, that we no longer have any absolute truth, any immutable, unchangeable principles to live by. Would you comment on that?
No, that's what Pius XI wanted to do, Pius X intended to do it, because he was, and it's coincidental, but interesting that Darwinism reached its height at the time that the whole evolution of dogma and modernism was rampant. So it's part of the modern mind and part of the so-called scientific approach to human affairs. That everything has changed, therefore the church should change. And even man's body, it came from monkeys or gorillas or some lower form of primate life. So that's the tradition of the church for the last 1,800 years.
And I can see why he would have been concerned if what Darwin thought he was proving at the biological level, that the human body has evolved from lower forms of life, was taken up by the modernists like Loisy and Tyrrell and so forth, and applied to the truth, to the faith, and said, look, we too in our dogmas are evolving, so that maybe we said something about the deity of Christ at the Council of Nicaea, but maybe there's a better way of putting it now. Maybe we condemn certain ideas at the Council of Trent, but perhaps now we should admit that that was a very narrow and, in fact, inaccurate view. This is what the modernists were saying, so we can no longer recite these creeds and councils and confessions of the past and think that we're standing on solid ground. Everything is shifting sand instead, and that to me would be destructive of Catholic faith.
That's what modernism does. It destroys basic Catholic faith. I think that's what Pius X was fighting against, and Pius XI and Pius XII. And you remember Pius XII's statement about evolution. Do you remember what he said?
I was actually just going to get to that. So you've read my mind. In fact, we talked ahead of time before taping whether we should have some sort of outline, And Father Martin said, no, we'll just sort of let the Spirit lead us, and that's exactly what's happening here. But in his very famous encyclical, Humani Generis, the English title of which is Some False Opinions Which Threaten to Undermine the Foundation of Catholic Doctrine, Pius XII had this to say about evolution in Section 5. He said, quote, some imprudently and indiscreetly hold that evolution, which has not been fully proved, even in the domain of natural sciences, explains the origin of all things, and they audaciously support the monistic and pantheistic opinion that the world is in continual evolution. And the doctrine of evolution, even a kind of a mystical doctrine, as these modernists that he's condemning propounded it, continues to come up again and again for his strictures and his censures. He warns us that to sort of become inebriated with the idea of evolution would be to lead us astray. I wanted to ask you about that because you have certainly, by the grace of God, by God's providence, you have lived through these turbulent years that saw the birth of this, what I call neo-Catholicism, and you, in fact, as a former Jesuit, know many of the people that he referred to rather obliquely in this encyclical. He did not name a lot of names here, but certainly everyone knows, liberal or conservative would admit, that he had in mind here a very formative thinker in this century, namely the French paleontologist and theologian Pierre Teilhard de Chardin. Could you comment upon his role in the whole history of evolution?
Well, Pierre Teilhard, as we call him, was a Jesuit. He very early on lost his faith. Very early on lost his faith. And Teilhard, by the age of 50, did not believe in the divinity of Jesus, did not believe that Jesus had come yet, did not believe in the resurrection, didn't believe in celibacy, didn't believe in infallibility of the Pope. Teilhard's faith was of a different brand. He died here in New York, by the way, in the 50s. He had a theory that we were still in evolution, and at the end of the evolution, Christ would appear, and that would be the incarnation. Now, this is very honored today by many cardinals, and the Holy Father himself has honored those cardinals. One of them, in particular, Balthazar, he died recently, by the way. And this whole theory, of course, for me, is anti-Christian, anti-Catholic, anti-reconcilable.
Henri de Lubac also was a great promoter. He wrote a couple of books as an appreciation.
That entire French school is the school against which Humani Generis was written. Now, I must admit this to you, but I can't go any further than this. I knew the two Jesuits who wrote Humani Generis for the Pope. I was in theology at that time in Louvain, and I knew both of them. And they restrained Pius XII from condemning evolution right out. And they had him say, we cannot see how this could be proven scientifically, and we cannot see how this is reconcilable with the doctrine of creation. He wanted to say that, but they reduced his strictures to that.
That's certainly the kind of statement that was made earlier. We were talking just before we began about the fact that the Church had produced, and great cardinals had produced, books roundly condemning, and not in some reactionary or paranoid sense, but in a very learned and very reasoned fashion. One great classic of a bygone era was by Cardinal Ernesto Ruffini, The Theory of Evolution Judged by Reason and Faith. And we had books, hundreds of textbook critiques of evolution, such as The Case Against Evolution by George Berry O'Toole, PhD, STD. He taught biology at Seton Hill College, and this book, received the imprimatur of the Archbishop of New York City, Patrick Cardinal Hayes, and Arthur Scanlon, and yet these types of books would be considered so politically incorrect today that they wouldn't be published.
Let's go back to Ruffini. I knew Ruffini as well.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
And I went to him about evolution in the middle of the council, because there was talk about the council saying something about evolution. And Ruffini carried me to his study, and on the wall he had the entire fossil record. And he said, I'll never forget the way he said it. He said, between any phylum, any degree of organism life There's no connection with any other. There isn't one shred of evidence that one phylum transited to another phylum by evolution. There's simply a series of things that appear.
Yes.
And none is on top. They're all sort of sequential. And we've examined the entire fossil record, and this is a fact, and there is no trace of a missing link.
That's right.
There is no evolution.
That's right.
It must be imagined. And people say, it's a nice theory, it explains things, but it doesn't explain a thing.
Yes.
It doesn't explain one.
It's
I remember Ruffini bringing that up, but he wasn't simply a theologian living in an ivory tower. He had studied the fossil record from beginning to end.
Yes.
And you see, Jerry, we must tell our listeners that the fossil record is now complete. There is no other fossil record. There's no other thing to look for. We're not going to discover the missing link shoved away under the mud somewhere. No, we've gone through the entire fossil record, all the strata, and there is not one fact that supports evolution. The theories you can have. That's why, see, when the Holy Father did throw his weight behind evolution as a valuable hypothesis, what he really was doing was giving support to the French school of theology, which he supported. He's a very strong supporter of that, and always has been. And he made Lubac a cardinal, and a lot of us think that Lubac should never have been made a cardinal. He should have been kept in Jerusalem in exile. A lot really did, and a lot of other people do. But the Holy Father is free to do what he likes. So that's as far as Ruffini goes. I mean, Ruffini really made a very profound paleographical or paleological study and judgment of the whole thing.
I have many friends who are scientists I've spoken with, and people who have popularized their work, such as Jerry Keane, a mutual friend of ours, the Australian scholar, in his book Creation Rediscovered. And they have proven this again and again and again, that there are no fossils showing these intermediate forms, so that what we have, each fossil is sort of a snapshot of a particular type of living creature, and the evolutionist, without really having any hard data, mentally supplies the movement from one to the other. An analogy I use sometimes to make this clear to people who maybe don't have a scientific background or can't follow it is, suppose I were to take a golf ball and I were to place it in this corner of your apartment and take a snapshot of it, a Polaroid of it, and then I were to put it over here and take a snapshot of it, and then put it over here and take a snapshot of it, and over there and take a snapshot of it. And then we were to simply allow someone to dig up these Polaroid snapshots years and years later, and they would say, well, look, here's a snapshot of the ball and in location A, and then a second one in location B, and then in location D. The ball must have rolled from A to B, B to C, B to D. In other words, they lay them out in a certain order and assume a movement, but really all the snapshots tell us that there is something here and something there, and not that the ball moved at all, which in this case didn't happen. I picked it up and moved it.
I'm going to steal that example. It's a very good example of that.
So we have lower forms of life. We have apes, and we have human beings, and fossils of all of them, but we don't have, in other words, anything to fill in the gap to show that the amoeba became the coelacanth became the salamander became the simian, and the simian became man.
Yeah. No, there's nothing. There's no link. The missing link, we were always looking for the missing link. There is no missing link.
In fact, it was forged a few times, wasn't it? Weren't people so eager to bolster this theory?
The Piltdown man, yes, it was a skull that they fashioned to look like an old skull, and it wasn't. It was a modern man whose jaw they modified, etc. But all that, see, Jerry, I'm convinced that sooner or later, even a man like Stephen Jay Gould of Harvard, the great proponent of it today, will come around and say, by the way, he's gone very far. He said there is no missing link. We must explain evolution in another way. I'm convinced that it will drop out completely. And you see, there's a fundamental weakness, which your friend Jerry Keane has pointed out, the dating.
Yes.
The dating of the strata is purely arbitrary.
Yes.
And that influences the entire question of evolution.
It does. And I want to come back to that from a biblical point of view later in our conversation. But because this dating thing is obviously very important. Another thing that people forget is that if God created Adam as a full-grown man, I say if, I believe that. Obviously, the Scriptures clearly teach that. But I'm speaking now to the person who's neutral and looking at it. I said, suppose God did, in fact, create what we believe as Catholics, that God created Adam as a full-grown man. If 5 minutes after his creation, a physician were to come up and examine him, look at his teeth, look at his, the cells in his body and so forth, he would say, this man has been around for 30, 33, however many years. And he would be dead wrong. Because he'd be looking at something that had been created full-grown and extrapolating backwards and saying, if I apply my experience, men this full-grown, of this physical maturity, have lived X number of years. They started out as a fetus and so on and so forth. If a tree were created full-grown, likewise, you could count the rings and say it's been growing for this many hundreds of years, but it wouldn't have, in fact. And the same thing would be true of the universe and of the earth. God would have created it already with certain features built in, and it would be erroneous. What is completely reliable in science at every subsequent age, that if we find something in a certain condition, it has gotten that way over X number of years, would not apply to the very beginning.
Of course not. Jerry, Jerry, the final word on this part of our discussion is this. If you go to any scientist and say, there is a star out beyond Pluto, what do? They go out and find out about it with a satellite or with a telescope or with the usual means. They will not accept anything but concrete evidence.
Right.
The extraordinary thing about evolution is that without any evidence at all, and much evidence to the contrary, people sail along merrily speaking about evolution.
Okay, now why is that? Let's examine what are the psychological underpinnings of that. Why do people jump on the evolution bandwagon? In what way does it fulfill their agenda?
Well, Darwin's agenda was to disprove the Bible. That's in his notes.
Yes.
We know that in his handwriting he said that. It also then did fall into the hands of the atheists of the higher criticism, as they called it, in the last century and this century. And also liberates you from the idea of a God to whom you owe allegiance and whose laws you must observe. So it helps the evil in man's heart. What I'm saying, really, and this may sound very funny to a lot of people, I think it's a satanic error. I think it's Luciferian. I think it's Lucifer's explanation so as to wipe out the idea of God and creation and responsibility out of our lives. I think it's the Luciferian doctrine.
So ultimately, this is more than an academic issue. It's not happening in some neutral laboratory. In other words, this is one chapter, one skirmish, one battle in this massive spiritual war that Almighty God has told us back in Genesis 3:15 would constantly be going on between Our Lady and the serpent, between her seed, which we hope to be by God's grace, and his seed. There will be this inevitable clash between two dominant worldviews, that God is, and that he can vouchsafe us a revelation which is understandable and believable, and we can build our lives upon it, and the other view, the view of Satan, that has God really spoken, as he said to Eve, and do we have any true revelation from God, or do we need to simply come up with our own humanistic construct?
And then look at the two major effects of the adoption of scientific evolution. There's no doubt about it that Hitlerian doctrine of the chosen Aryan race and the elimination of less noble races, Jews, gypsies, Catholics, homosexuals, the whole band, he liquidated a lot of them. That's directly due to the science of the whole theory of evolution. Simply nature, survival of the fittest, and you eliminate what's weak.
Yes.
That's number one, horrible result, and everybody condemns the Nazi doctrine, but they don't realize that the basis of it scientifically was Darwinian evolution.
So in other words, let me interrupt you just before, hold your next thought. You're saying that going into Hitler's program were certain philosophical sources. Not only we know that Hegel's view of history was very much a part of his solution, we know that the Nietzschean idea of Superman, but you're saying Darwinism also feeds that kind of racism.
If nature can eliminate, why shouldn't we eliminate it?
Or look at it this way also. The idea, and this is what I think Pope Pius XII made so clear in Humani Generis when he said we need to remember that whatever evolutionists and scientists seek to develop in terms of understanding where the human body came from, we can never lose track of the very clear biblical truth that we are all descended from one man, all from the loins of Adam, one original human couple. It seems to me that the doctrine of one fountainhead for all of the human race is the greatest bulwark against the racism that might say, we are inferior to you, or you are superior to...
than your blood.
Exactly.
No, I would not mix my race with yours.
Ultimately, we're all brothers.
Blood is the same thing. That's number one bad effect, and people should learn, from the results. The second bad one is ongoing, Jerry, and you know it is. It's the cult of death. And the cult of death today is either euthanasia, or it's abortion, or it's sterilization. As you know, there are extensive plans now to sterilize third world countries, and American companies and Canadian companies are manufacturing the famous anti-tetanus shot given to women in the villages, and it's really destroying their fertility. Because the men in charge of this believe there is such a thing as useless eaters. Too many little babies and too many old people like you and me, or like me anyway, and they want to eliminate them. That's pure and simple Darwinism. It's again survival of the fittest. Eliminate, like rats, turning on a rat that's broken its legs, but where they kill it then and there. It's Darwinism again, the natural selection and the throwing away of the useless members. And there's no room for the charity of Jesus, or for salvation of souls, or the perfection of man, no matter what his condition is physically. So it's Darwinism again.
So when we look at the abomination of abortion in our country and all around the world, you're saying there's a philosophical link there, because the children are the weakest, the most defenseless.
And they're only blobs. They're only that's the lowest part of the evolution. We can do away with it now. If it's grown up, then that's something else. So it is again one of the horrible effects of Darwinism. But people would not make that connection at all. So, but I think that the bottom line at this part of the discussion is that scientists who insist on you proving something, you say, Our Lady appeared in Fatima, can you prove it to me? Can you show me photographs? Can you tell me what she said? They want proof. In the question of evolution, they will wipe out all need of concrete proof. And they will assert evolution to be a fact. So the Holy Father, in saying that it's a serious hypothesis, has really put his foot in it papally, because he has given rise to the possible idea that perhaps it is true, whereas factually it cannot be true.
Yes.
Factually, no matter how you explain the change of forms and how they all arose, it cannot be true.
I'd like to talk about that for a few moments from the biblical point of view. That's what I did my doctoral work in. I know that was actually your training, too. Your very first book, actually, was The Scribal Character of the Dead Sea Scrolls. And I have not actually spoken with you about this in advance, in detail, so I don't know whether we would completely see eye to eye on all of these things. I know I have a reputation for being extremely, extremely conservative in the biblical. I despair of the fact that when I teach Scripture at Our Lady of Guadalupe Seminary for the Priestly Fraternity of St. Peter in Scranton, Pennsylvania, I'm perceived far and wide in the Catholic world as being extremely, quote, right-wing, because I have very traditional views of things.
Jerry, stay right there.
Okay.
Don't change.
Thank you.
You're Catholic.
I appreciate the imprimatur, because it's a lonely business to try to defend what the Church has always taught about Scripture.
You and I discussed on the phone, by the way, this latest book by Marvin O'Connell.
Yes.
With an Irish name like that. How dare you write a book which is pure modernism,
yes,
and would support evolution and implies evolution is okay. Anyway, I'm interrupting.
Yes. No, that's okay. I want this to be a dialogue. This is a post-Vatican II videotape, so we should engage in that good Catholic enterprise of dialogue. Yes.
Dialogue is everything.
But when I look at the opening chapters of sacred Scripture, let's look at the most embattled part of Scripture today, the part that is most fiercely attacked by those critics that Marvin O'Connell speaks of in his book, Critics on Trial, Genesis 1 through 11. I think everyone, liberal and conservative, would have to agree that if we read Genesis 1 through 11 as straightforward history, if we do, then it is certainly extremely difficult, if not impossible, to see how a straightforward reading of those chapters could make allowance for, provide the opportunity for this evolution. And there is no doubt that the internal evidence of those chapters indicates it was intended to be taken as straightforward history. In other words, the writers of the Old Testament were not engaging in the writing of myths. And if we take the traditional view that Moses wrote, or even if we don't, there are no indications, literary thumbprints or clues in those opening chapters that he was saying these things did not occur, but happening at a higher kind of fable or myth or saga level. And for example, all the classical literary characteristics of a myth are missing. Everyone agrees that Genesis 12 through 50, in which we're reading about Abraham and Isaac and Jacob and Joseph, the patriarchs, is intended to be straightforward history. But the very same prosaic Hebrew that we find in those later chapters is found in the earlier chapters. The whole book of Genesis is tied together by the refrain, this Toledoth refrain, these are the generations of, and it occurs throughout the first 11 chapters as well as the later ones. In fact, two liberals started out to disprove this unity of the book of Genesis. They wrote a book, Kikawada and Quinn, originally published by Abingdon Press, which is a liberal Methodist publishing house that's been picked up by Ignatius Press, because contrary to their original expectations, they discovered in doing computer analysis of all the language that Genesis 1 through 11 had to be written by the same hand as the later chapters. And they argue that it has the same sort of historical texture to it that the later ones do. Now, not only did all the Jews who received this book of Genesis understand this to be an actual account of actual individuals, Abraham, or before that, Adam and Eve and Cain and Abel, but when we get to the New Testament, our Lord Jesus Christ himself and his inspired apostles take all of these things as straightforward history. Our Lord speaks of the creation in Genesis 1 in 6 days, followed by the seventh day of rest, when he talks about the Sabbath being made for man and not man for the Sabbath. And he proclaims himself the Lord of the Sabbath. The apostles also refer to this. He refers to the creation of the woman from the body of the man and says, have you not read what was written at the beginning? When he's refuting the Pharisees and their willingness to allow for divorce. He said, from the beginning God made the male and female. He made the two one flesh. And what God has joined together, man cannot put asunder.
million a year, minimum. We're also going to be asked to support and welcome a nation or a government such as the PRC, the Chinese government, which is blatantly anti-human, blatantly anti-Christian, and which is out for greed, and which we know intends finally to take us, and take us in the real sense of the word.
Oh, yes.
Take us for all we have.
Oh, and probably find a way to eliminate us so that they will have our land.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
But,
we're already selling them plots of land on the West Coast.
Yes. Father, this is a bit of a change of topic, but
yes.
Many people have asked me this question.
Yes.
They want to know, was this all planned? One particular person faxes me and says, the symbol on the back of every dollar bill,
yes.
You know, the pyramid
yes.
with
yes.
the eye. What's that? You know, what's that all about? Where did that come from?
Exactly. Exactly. In other words, has there been a vast plan and plot?
Correct.
And are we in the hands of people whose organization is ageless?
Correct.
And therefore who could have planned what has happened from centuries ago and brought it down now to 1997?
Correct.
Is there such a thing?
Is there?
Well, it is impossible for any historian of the truth to deny that there is an organizational link between very prominent members of certain organizations in 100 years ago, 200 years ago, and those in charge of them now. The principles are the same, and the effects of their actions are the same, and they have the same phobias and the same hatreds and the same ideals. There's no doubt about that. Now, in this country, though, Chuck, for a long time, it's been done so cleverly, for a long time, the one name, if you manage to affix it to somebody's character, if you manage to say that, for instance, that John Jones is a conspiratorial nut, it means that he has this funny idea that there's a conspiracy, that there's a plan, that there's a secret organization or a very unknown organization that has plans for everybody and is slowly trapping us all. And therefore, if you can be dismissed as a conspiratorial nut, you're safely dismissed. You're not mainstream, as they say. You must be mainstream in the sense of just go along with events as they take place. Go along in order to get along with it. That doesn't satisfy the exigencies. And really, to get any light in this matter, you either take it on a completely church basis, or you take it on a basis of analysis. And I suggest the second one is the more interesting for the moment. And it's this. Look, there's no doubt about it. In our modern world, in the globalization of money, and in our world today, there are millions and millions of investors. And they operate on the various markets: Tokyo, Singapore, New York, Paris, London, Rome, etc., etc., etc. There are a few, how many? 60, 65, 70, mainly men, some women, but mainly men, who play on that market with anything between 40 billion and 50 billion. That's a lot of money. And as the present Pope is always saying, apropos of these gentlemen, if I put 10 men in a room with 40 other men, and the 40 men are 4 foot tall, and the 10 men are 6 foot tall, tell me, who will the 6 foot men talk to? In other words, how can I play with you as my rival with my money unless you have also the same amount of money? And the point I'm making is that there is great wealth in the hands of a few. And it's legitimate wealth. Nobody's going to say they stole it or killed for it. They may have. and it's not relevant anyway as a point. There are those men, and they do decide the flow of capital and the flow of capital goods. They decide which government is going to live and which government is going to fall. Because they finance everything. And they finance everything because their interests are multiple. Whether it's in Indonesia or Iceland or Scandinavia and South Africa or North America or China. And if you take, for instance, an organization like, which very few people don't know, or no, very few people know it, the BIS, the Bureau of International Settlements. It meets in Basel, Switzerland. Its members are the directors, the CEOs of the central banks of the main countries, industrial countries. They decide currency matters, and China is in it, Israel is in it, we are in it, France is in it. The so-called G8 or G7 nations are in it, the industrial nations. And they will, by the way, Mr. Greenspan just joined us all over again formally in the late 1996 because it's getting to be very active now that the European Union is approaching. But what I'm talking about is there's a superstructure to life which exceeds by far in stature, exceeds any national government, including ours.
You know, Father, a different light on this issue, supported by many scholars, say that the New World Order has been an ancient plan and plot brought forth by the principle of evil. Do you agree?
I do, I agree, but then that's the religious analysis. I was just giving the structural, the outer structural one. And while we do contend with China, and we do contend with the Europeans, the money men are all at one. They inhabit a world in which there's no disturbance. They're merely dealing with money. Now, as regards the religious analysis of it, there is no doubt in my mind at all that there is an inherited organizational plan which you can trace piece by piece, action by action, in European nations and in our nation, whereby formal religion, the influence of formal religion, Christianity mainly, because there were Christian countries, but also anything else, is slowly eliminated from public life. Just eliminate it. You can do what you like in private. You can worship the blubber god, you can worship Jesus Christ, you can venerate Moses or Muhammad in private. But not in public. You have nothing to say to us. As our Supreme Court said, any person who approaches national questions with a transcendent point of view, transcendent view of reality, that's the code word for religion, they have no place in the public square. And that's a dire warning, but it's a fact. We have no place. And the result is that pornography or violence or social welfare or the family or immorality as such is all dealt with from the point of view of what they call science, psychology, the social sciences. Religion has no say in public, only in private.
Can prayer reverse this satanic movement?
Well, we then come to the true religious solution. It is this, that if we do pray, like Nineveh again, just like what happened in Nineveh, the message of the book of Jonah really is prayer. Get down on your knees, get down on your hunkers and pray, and obtain the grace of God. Because, by the way, in our day, we've had signal examples of it. For instance, after the war, you know, Austria was occupied by the Soviet army. And the Soviets, Stalin, and the Soviet army refused to budge. There was no getting them out. So what the Austrian Catholics did, because it's predominantly a Catholic country, although its Catholicism is very weak nowadays, but at that time, they formed a company of 8 million people. And those 8 million every day said a certain type of Roman Catholic prayer that the Soviets would leave. And, you know, just all of a sudden, one morning, unannounced, without telling London or Paris or Washington, the Soviet army decamped and left. No reason given at all. And we have always considered that an answer to prayer. Always. So prayer does do it, but tell me, how are you going to get even the normal bunch of diplomats and politicians to pray? Really to pray? And to fast? And beseech God in His mercy to give us light? No, Chuck, it won't go that way, if I can just branch off that side road for the moment.
Mm-hmm.
What will happen will be the usual human story. That calamity after calamity will overtake us. And in the end, in desperation, a handful will turn to God. And then we start all over again. Converting to God, reforming our lives, those who have persisted, those who have survived, because there are calamities coming at us. And we start the human story all over again, if that's in God's plan. And I think it is. The end of the world is not exactly around the corner, and the rapture is not going to take place all of a sudden.
You were talking in our earlier conversation about a sign in the sky. Is Hale Bopp that sign?
No. You see, there is going to be a sign. And, Chuck, it may sound foolish to some people for me to call out, as we say in America, on a limb in this matter. But I'm going to call out on a limb in this matter.
All right.
And make a direct prediction in two stages. First of all, I'm talking about something that is seen by everybody on the face of the earth, wherever they are. It is an event, a happening in the skies, so that everybody will see it in his or her area, the same sign. And I'll talk about what the nature the sign could be for the moment, but they will see it. And everybody will know that it's not natural. It's not aurora borealis. It's not a strange comet. It's not a dark body that crept in the shadow of a Hale Bopp and suddenly is lightsome and will be seen. No. It's something that we will know in our hearts, in our souls. We will know this is a superior power, and it is God, and it's not a UFO, and it's not something from the green men in Mars, or whatever, or from another galaxy. We'll know that, because our souls, which are made by God, will tell us, no, this is He. This is the one who made you. That's number one. That's sort of a sign.
Mm-hmm.
And it will be very disruptive and very frightening for a lot of people, and they will seek where to hide their faces. But nothing more than that will happen for the moment. Those who have faith will be confirmed in their faith, religious faith.
Mm-hmm.
Those who haven't got faith won't be necessarily converted to any faith. But they will know. They will know for sure. As much as they feel their own bodies to be alive, they will know this is the supreme power. Now, if, by the way, and this is not the Hale Bopp, if before the end of this spring, end of May, say beginning of June, there is an extraordinary event in the sky of that nature, then we haven't got long to go before, as the good old American phrase has it, all hell breaks loose. If there's nothing eventual, no event of significance of the kind I've said, then it's not yet. But it's going to come. And there will be this difference. You know, in 1938, there was this funny series of lights that many astronomers wrongly tried to explain as aurora borealis. And it wasn't. Everybody agrees now it wasn't. And Catholics were told that this was actually a sign from heaven about the coming war.
This is a repeat of the Firing Line program originally telecast on December 23, 1973.
We know, of course, that Jesus is a superstar, that standing having been validated by Variety, and that there is a phenomenon called the Jesus movement. Indeed, it is occasionally recalled that there is in America and elsewhere a Christian religion in which some are passionately inscribed, with which others are lackadaisically affiliated. Every now and then, not so often as to strain the patience of reviewers, a truly literate man writes about Christianity. And most often the response is a sort of uneasy acknowledgement that the species survives. Occasionally the author is greeted with surprise of an unusual kind. So has it been for Mr. Malachi Martin, whose new book, Jesus Now, has bowled its preliminary readers over. Martin Grief of Time Incorporated says about it, once in a decade a book is published so unassailable in its logic and limitless in its depth of understanding that it converts the critical reader to a point of view different from his own. Jesus Now is such a book. Mr. Martin used to be Father Martin S.J. He left the Catholic priesthood in 1964, though not, but this I say without documentation, Catholicism. He is an American who was born in Ireland, studied theology at Louvain, Belgium, and was professor at the Pontifical Biblical Institute in Rome. He has 3 doctorates, has studied at Oxford and Hebrew University, is fluent in 8 languages, and was closely associated with the principal figures involved in Vatican II, including, and that is the title of his first book, 3 Popes and a Cardinal. Before his current book, Jesus Now, he wrote several others, most conspicuously The Encounter. Mr. Martin has many theses, all of which we cannot hope to canvass, but one of them is that the disrepute of Christianity is significantly related to the tendency of diverse cultures and civilizations to take Jesus and adapt him to their own uses and paradigms. As one would expect, as much as charged to Malachi Martin, i.e. that his Jesus is in a way as arbitrary as the Jesus of others, should we call them, vested interests. I should like to begin by asking Mr. Martin, why are you better equipped than, say, the Pope, though not the Pope qua Pope, to interpret Jesus?
Well, of course, Mr. Buckley, that's almost an appeal for me to make an act of humility, which I'm sure neither you nor your audience need. And I am...
Especially whether you're capable of it.
Yeah, that's another thing. There was a famous priest in Rome, a rector of a college, and his most famous phrase was, I assure you, I'm not making it up, was, my strong point is my humility. And everybody knew that. But apart from the humility, I'll tell you, I don't feel any more capable than the Pope, or indeed than anyone, you know, to provide a perfect analysis or a better analysis of Jesus. And I have tried to avoid, in that book, forming another Jesus figure. So I'm not any more capable, but at least I've done this. I've spent a good long time gathering information on the figures, the garbs with which Jesus, that man, and as I believe God, has been clothed. And if somebody does a better job, hallelujah, or cheers, I would be very happy.
Well, I think I didn't intend to impute any arrogance to you,
yes.
Although it's, I think it is true that there is an odd convergence of true humility and true arrogance.
I think so.
And,
I think so.
But what I was attempting to probe is the question whether the malleability of Jesus, as you demonstrate it in your book, is a malleability which you yourself have opportunized on.
Yes.
But first of all, to show us how it's done,
yes.
Would you mind explaining to us the sentence in which you say Christianity became synonymous and practically coterminous with white culture and
yes.
Western civilization, so that we can understand, if you tell us how that happened,
yes.
how it could also happen that other people could co-opt him?
Could co-opt, yes. Well, you see, the few historical facts we know about Jesus as a man who lived in time and space tell us that he was born in 7 BC, roughly, which sounds funny, but it's like that. And he was crucified, killed by...
He could have changed that if he wanted to.
Yes, he could have. But there was a little monk called Dennis the Exiguous in the 6th century AD who decided that it was going to be 180. All right. And we know that he was crucified by a Roman execution between the year 28 and 36 AD. That's sure. We know for certain his mother was Mary. About anything else, we know very little. We know he was brown-skinned, because all Palestinian Jews at that time were, unless he was a complete genetic mutant. Brown-skinned, yes. Something like the Egyptians today in the Upper Nile would be. Now, and he spoke Aramaic, and his concepts were Semitic. He probably knew some Latin and Greek. He knew very little else as a man. What he knew as a man who happened to be God, or who was God, not by happenstance, is something else, but taking the human form of it. Well, he dies, and he appears again, and then he disappears, becomes invisible. His followers go abroad, by necessity, really. Palestine got very hot for them. So some of the major ones gather in Rome, and it's Latin, it's Roman, and it's the beginning of the Roman Commonwealth at that time, about the end of the 1st century, when the idea of the Mediterranean Commonwealth and the Roman man was emerging as being man. And it was a fusion of the old Greek ideal put into the solidity of Rome. Law and architecture aligned to the Greek idea of beauty. That man was capable of perfection, was capable at least. 400 years later, we find the Bishop of Rome, the Episcopos, as they called him, wearing the sandals of Caesar, with the blessing of Constantine, who went over to the Bosphorus. Well, then, of course, we find that Jesus has already got a Roman face in the icons. And his words are in Latin. 3 centuries later, Leo III runs off to Paderborn because his taxpayers are in revolt. He's a pope. And he kisses the toe of a man called Karl, who we know as Charlemagne. And the deal was very simple. Put me back. Give me back my papal states, and I will make you emperor of the West. And Jesus will be co-emperor with you. So Jesus Caesar emerged about that time, and he was white and Western. And then Christianity took over Western Europe completely, and by the 15th century, Jesus was considered to be white, Western, speaking Latin, and thinking in Western philosophy. So it became coterminous, and everywhere they went, whether it was South America or India or Straits of Malacca or Africa, the Jesus they brought and the description of Jesus' thoughts and his will and the means of living the life of Jesus, called grace, the sacraments, were all couched in the words and concepts developed in the West between 5 and 1300. So that made Jesus coterminous and identical with...
How do you account for the fact that the alleged exact replica of Jesus' mother, which is venerated in Mexico, is of a lady very nearly black, or for that matter, in Montserrat?
That's right.
The equivalent in Spain.
That's right.
Are you saying something that simply goes beyond the fact that people tend to fantasize those whom they worship to have similar racial characteristics?
Yes.
You are going beyond that.
I'm on that, yes. I would say that they do tend to fantasize them into that position. And there is a black virgin in Dublin, Ireland, you know, as well as, and there's a black virgin in the Belgian Congo, now there.
These are admissions against interest. You started to say that by the 15th century,
yes,
the Jesus that was exported by the missionaries, yes, was a distinctively Western white Jesus. I'm
yes,
asking you,
yes,
how is it under the circumstances that Jesus' mother, as venerated in Mexico City, is not white, but very Indian?
That would be, in this optic, a local variation, but certainly none of the missionaries would say, and the official church wouldn't say she was, as she is portrayed in Mexico, black, nor Jesus.
Well, I've never heard any pronouncements on the subject, but I have certainly never, any resentment by Spanish bishops was highly palpable during the 16th and 17th centuries, and part of the 18th centuries when they were totally dominant in this hemisphere. But I have never read about any resistance to the acculturation.
No, you're right, there wasn't, and in South America the acculturation went much further.
Why? How come?
Because South America, somehow or other, it assumed Christians into the articulation of the land. And as in Ireland, a lot of the superstitions and legends prior to Christianity were taken over by Christianity and channeled for its use.
Baptized.
Yes, and for popular use only. Officially, the Church always made a distinction, and while they will allow the head of a cocker spaniel to be nailed to the cross on the feast of Easter, in the villages, they will not do it in the cathedral, nor will it be consecrated in the theology books.
Well, what I'm trying
it's the official church on the one hand, and then popular devotion. And we both know that popular devotion in the church has been allowed to have its excesses.
Well, what I'm trying to understand is this. We are familiar with the charge that Christianity is substantially discredited in virtue of its having served as the rubric within the protection of which much that we know of as Western imperialism went forward.
Yes.
But you and I and others also know that it is a common reaction to resent those gods which are the gods of one's oppressor. What I do not know, and I do not find clear in your book, is wherein was the effort made to engraft into historical Jesus a series of attitudes which are distinctive to Western folkways and mores?
Well,
did they go around saying that Jesus was a capitalist? Or
no,
did they
but they did
that
present Jesus as a Western monk at times, and they presented him as a Western theologian and philosopher, and they presented him as
But
a
this
Western...
was a time-place situation rather than something that got into his philosophy, right? Or
yes,
theology.
Although it was, if after all the bishop who comes to convert me and the pope he talks about are presented in an imperial stance, and they represented Jesus. When they speak, it is Jesus speaking. And that is the way it was presented. And the bishop represents Jesus, and the priest, this pastor who is white, and before whom you must kneel, his words are the words of Jesus. This is the constant theme of missionaries. I represent Jesus, and my bishop too, and the Pope. And the stance of all these peoples is a white Western one, necessarily, and not necessarily bad. Then I identified that necessarily with Jesus, if I'm a believing, accepting acolyte.
But was it not accepted that even then that Jesus spoke in both categories, so that when he said render to Caesar that which is Caesar's, he was referring to a genus rather than to a person? He didn't say render to Ferdinand and Isabella.
No, he said render. It was a genus. It was a genus. Yes.
Now, under the circumstances, in what sense was it prejudicial to the plausibility of the missionaries' message that the people who brought them that message in fact introduced into their lives a Jesus who, as a matter of fact, remains in Latin America as a symbol of, as a being of considerable force, 150 years after they kicked out the Spaniards?
Sure. Well, I'll tell you, I don't think it did all that amount of damage at that time. I think the difficulty is that today, when the system which gave birth to those figures no longer has the same financial, political, economic predominance. Power is a difficult word to use. And when a different form of socio-political outlook is taking over these countries, as in South America, what do you find, Mr. Buckley? You find that on the one hand you have the superstructure of the hierarchy, you know, cardinals, bishops, and the ordinary good parish priest, and then you have a crowd of, you have a whole set of parish priests, Dominicans, Jesuits, who not only differ with the bishops, and I'm not criticizing them in describing them, but they shoulder guns, and they fight with the rebels in Guatemala. And they're up in arms against what the Brazilian government is doing to the dissatisfied members of the... So, and they say, no, Jesus is not like that. And some of them will even use Mao Zedong's phrase, revolution comes out of the muzzle of a gun. So, but in between them stands the figure of Jesus, one of them saying he represents us, law and order, the government, the hierarchy. They'll say, no, he doesn't. He does. Well, so the ancient figure and the new figure is presented, both falsifications.
But what I'm asking, though, has there been a substantial historical mutilation of Jesus? It is true that among Jesus's primary exegetes were people who put a high value on the law,
yes,
and that Jesus himself did,
yes,
and that under the circumstances, those who say that the law should be obeyed can, in fact, without corrupting the provenance of this commandment, find some sort of biblical sanction, can't they?
Yes, they can.
But as I understand you to have drawn conclusions about Jesus that suggest that there has been a very narrow parochial co-option, or is it co-optation?
I think it's co-option, it's just as good anyway.
Of him.
Yes, I think so. But again, I think, Mr. Buckley, it's really in the stretch of history. At that time, no. I think if I may use an analogy with you, like when I was a child, my mother would tell me, and the parish priest would tell me, that Jesus, when he was young, didn't do that sort of thing. He didn't steal apples, he didn't beat his sister, he didn't tell lies. And they didn't know what Jesus did. They were quite right, he didn't commit sins, we know from theology. But they went even further in their analogies, and it suited me. And many a sermon I heard, for instance, this is only an analogy now, a sermon I heard about the Sacred Heart, that devotion to Jesus, to his Sacred Heart. Now, I know, would mean very little to me, because it came out of a very local area with somebody who had invested this affective figure, a very valuable figure of Jesus, by the way, this affective figure of Jesus with his own emotions and the emotions that would draw out my virtue, so far as I practice virtue. Now, that's an analogy, I think, for what happened when I grew up.
The myotic Jesus.
The myotic Jesus, right. And, you know, when I was a child, the things of when I was a child. When I grew up, as Paul said, something else. And I think there is another dimension added to nations today. And somehow or other, the figure of Jesus presented, and the figures presented, don't meet that dimension. And that at one time Jesus as a monk presented to people when monks were the educators and the source of stability, even agricultural stability in a place like France. Very good. But today, to present him in various guises, especially in the guises chosen by certain Christian churches, doesn't fit. There is another dimension. Now, you spoke about mutilations a moment ago. There are Jesus figures which are mutilations. And, of course, if they're mutilations, then they don't even agree with
They're profane.
Well, they don't, I mean, if I say Jesus has...
What would be an example?
Jesus Black. Or Jesus the Mystic Gun. Or Jesus Yogi.
Jesus White.
Or Jesus Femina. Or Jesus Gay. I mean, you know, those seem to be gross mutilations of historical fact. A lot of them, or Mary Baker Eddy's Jesus. No resemblance whatever. Or the Mormon Jesus. And if I'm a Mormon, if it helps me, fine. If I can tickle the belly of an alligator and it helps me, do it, if you find a complacent alligator. But don't let me say I am kissing my beloved. And similarly with the Mormon Jesus. So there are mutilations and deformations, provided they're not put forward for everybody and as a solution for the world, and they normally are, they're all right. But there is another dimension abroad, and I'm more concerned with the larger conglomerates. My own church, the Roman Catholic Church, in which I was born, in which I will die, the Greek and Russian Orthodox, the Anglican, the Episcopalian, insofar as it's holding together, because it's rather disintegrating. After all, when the Bishop of New York can say that you needn't believe in God and be a good Episcopalian bishop, that is something, you know. But, and so on and so forth. And they still officially present figure of Jesus, which really don't hit the need that people have, and don't, I think, and here you have me spiked really, don't, because it's a personal opinion, don't meet what Jesus, in my humble opinion, what Jesus is effecting
in your humble and unmistakable.
But my strong point is humility, to quote a greater man.
Well,
yes.
But you make a strong point in your book,
yes,
that the deterioration of Christianity,
yes,
in the last 50 years,
yes,
is something without historical parallel. And
yes,
in fact, you say that it is only people of your age, of our age and older,
yes,
who will ever have known the difference between the way it was and the way it
yes,
now is,
yes,
and that people of the age of most of the people in this room will never know it the way it was. I ask you two questions.
yes.
First of all, the more difficult one,
Yes.
to be followed by the question, how do you know? But the first question I want to ask is, what were the distinctive historical and cultural impulses of the present age that should have done to Christianity that which was not done to it under really rather extraordinary and irresistible impulses in other ages?
Mm-hmm.
I heard it said by a rabbi a few years ago that he ceased to believe in God because of Dachau. And for all of the distinctive horror of Dachau, it seems to me that there are historical antecedents,
Sure,
which
sure,
must have seemed as shocking then as Dachau seems
sure,
now.
Sure.
I'm asking you, what is it that all of a sudden
Yes,
precipitated a flight from Christianity?
yes. Look, would it be too parochial of me if I talked about the Catholic Church
No,
as an
no,
example?
not at all, not at all.
I could parallel it, but I don't want to sort of.
No.
Well, I'll tell you, when I was young, now being full of humility and over 80, but when I was young, the church in which I was reared, I could describe it graphically and simply as this. We were the people, all right?
Like James Joyce.
That's right. And we lived, it was muscular Christianity. And the parish was the focal point, the hearth, all right? The parish priest was there, and he had some sort of, you know, normal infallibility, whatever that means. And then we had the bishop, and the people obeyed the priests, and the priests obeyed the bishop, and the bishop then was under a man called the cardinal, or the primate, and he was in constant communication with him. So the paradigm ran, and they obeyed the cardinal, the primate, and he was in strict communication with the other cardinals who were under the Pope. And an invisible cement linked priests, people and priests amongst themselves and their various archdeacons and parish priests and assistants, to the bishops, and the bishops under their cardinal, and the cardinals together, and the cardinals the ministries in Rome, in the Vatican, which was, after all, the seat of Jesus, in this optic, and there was the Pope, the successor of Peter, and the vicar, the representative of Jesus.
A pretty stable social schematic.
Oh yes, it had vast socio-political implications. Now, I find in 1973, end of 1973, that cement to at least under a statistical analysis, and I know lies, damn lies in statistics, for fear you might quote it at me, but under statistical analysis, that cement is gone. And how, well, if you take vital points...
But surely not more than, say, 800 years ago when there were two contending popes.
Well, under 800 years ago when there were two contending popes, the practice of both the contenders was very, very strict. They were both contending, they both claimed they loved God more, and they were both contending to be more strict. But today, for instance, the basic things on which the church has gone on record through the Pope, contraception, 88%, Roman figure given, divorce, 64%. This is worldwide on an average.
64% means what?
64% divorce.
Of what?
Of Catholics, Roman Catholics. Divorce. Abortion.
That figure surprises me.
Yes.
Are you certain of it?
Well, I haven't got the documentation here, but I will give it to you.
I didn't expect you to bring it.
No, it's very high. Abortion, where it's allowed, Roman Catholics take it. Homosexuality, the attitude to homosexuality, both amongst priests and people, has changed completely from what it was, certainly when I was young. Open-ended marriages, as they call them, are becoming more and more or less looked upon. Premarital sex is looked upon as something vastly more acceptable than sex, as they call it. I dislike the word because I think it's so truncated. Sex with a married person, what is called theologically adultery. But premarital sex with somebody who's not married is considered to be vastly more acceptable, which is a huge step for Catholics to take. And if I've read some of the reports the bishops of Latin America have turned in, and the archbishops and the English bishops, and on this point in their confidential reports, that is sent to Rome, not published, the statistics are horrendous. Then the reception of communion, the number of confessions, the number of people who do it regularly, the number of the baptized in a place like France or Italy. There are whole areas in France in which there is no one baptized at all. Now, this, and then even amongst those who are baptized and who are reared in the church and who have children who are baptized and, go to Mass now and then, and perhaps they skimp on confessions and Holy Communion, but the normal good Catholic. There is no longer, except the very conservative, and they're in a minority, as far as I can discern statistically, the cement, the immediate obeisance to the priest, and of the priest to the bishops, and the bishops to the Pope. I don't find it.
Well, when you consider that there were scandals of such extraordinary proportion hundreds of years ago, you had adulterous popes, and illegitimate children of bishops and all that kind of stuff.
Bill, I have known that.
And you had the contumely by the emperors whose titles were supposedly held at the sufferance of the Pope, and you had massive defections, you had excommunications of the University of Paris and so on. But what makes you think that the statistics, however luridly they can be recited, prescind
because there was
this
never,
age? Or are you saying that which flowed into this age is something far more resonant and venomous than that which flowed into any other age?
Well, whether it's venomous or not is another thing. I hesitate to call it venomous. Something else has flown in. There is an independence today in that structure. It's in the Anglican Church more than it is in the Catholic Church. It's in the Greek Orthodox Church more than the Anglican Church, both in Greece and above all abroad. There are only 14, 15 million, all Greek Orthodox, but the cement is non-existent. There is this lack of some vital essence of authority that once I would revolt, but I was in revolt. Now they consider themselves to be near Jesus, as near to the priest, but don't speak to me. I know what to do. They're not in revolt at all, and they're not indifferent. They want a church, and they want laws, but they question everything and authority. It's not a revolt or dissidence or fighting, no. And they don't want a new church. And they love Jesus. They're good people. But somehow or other, an inner dimension has changed. And this, if I could go one step further before we go on, you asked me, how do I know? Of course, I haven't got a crystal ball, and I'm not a prophet in spite of my name, which means my angel, or what is the name of a prophet. But I can only satisfy my intellect, Mr. Buckley. I can only give a ratio sufficiens, or sufficient reason, by saying, if I presume that Jesus has decided that he who was the author of the cement, he gave the priest the unction, he gave the bishops the power and the unction, he gave the Pope the authority. And I'm not talking about the ipse dixit, or you do this, tell them this, but the power in spirit, so that when he spoke, the Holy Spirit touched my heart and I obeyed. If I presume Jesus is the author of that, And all of a sudden, within 25 years, to give it a cliche date which I know can be attacked, but say between 1945 and 1973, I find that mystic essence, that metaphysical, more than metaphysical cement, has evaporated. I must presuppose the author has withdrawn it.
Not that the human species has become stone-hearted?
Oh, no, no, no. I think we have millions of much better people than ever today. And there is born a new thing in the hearts of people. There is, I think, under the pressure of life today and the intercommunication and the action of Jesus, who works with compassion. I do sound like a Bible preacher, but really I believe this. There is born a new interest in the self, in what I am. And if you look at, for instance, as indications of that, if you look at the books that really are bought, I'm okay, you're okay. How to Be Your Own Best Friend or Psychologist, The Primal Scream, even Jonathan Livingston Seagull. What's the central essence? You, yourself. You can fly.
Shouldn't this new species be especially nubile to Christian impregnation?
Yes, but I was going to say unfortunately, as it happens, they will not accept the Jesus figures which before were presented and accepted.
Well, but you just said, I thought we agreed that they had not been so mutilated as to distract from their integrity.
I know, and I agree, but they won't accept them anyway.
Why? Invincible ignorance?
No. I think that because they were created by a structure, the church, and I admire that structure. I'm not condemning it. I'm not saying the structure like as if it's a bad thing. They were created by a structure which was originally supposed to cater uniquely for spirit, which didn't, and the author of that structure, Jesus, is liquidating that structure, not wiping it out. He's transforming it. In the hearts of people today is born a new thing, and it won't accept those figures that incarnated the attitudes of the old. I think it's the action of Jesus.
To what extent should Christian loyalty attach to the structure?
As long as that structure is viable. In other words, you ask me a very basic question: what does a good Catholic or what a good Christian do? Do you say to the Pope and the bishops, go away, you no longer belong to Jesus? No, I don't think so. You have your conscience, first of all. But there is also the necessity to work for helping that structure to change and to adapt. Instead of battering the Pope, say, because he says there is no contraception, start working to find out what is the basic issue of contraception and abortion too. When abortion is forbidden, instead of rising up in arms and say, well, we should be allowed abortion at least for rape cases or at least for mongoloid or defective babies or something. Let's try and see, can we do something about that entire affair within the church and help to transform it, always saying our prayers and receiving the sacraments, because we have no means of grace or direction from Jesus unless we get his grace. I'm speaking very parochially as a Catholic.
Well, you're also speaking very transcendently. If you don't mind my asking,
yes.
don't mind my asking you something, even though it involves me slightly.
Yes.
I saw this morning a statement that you made 2 years ago on the Today Show.
Yes.
In which you were remarking that people no longer appeal to that which is right as distinguished from that which is wrong. When they plead a case, they appeal to the constitutionality of this.
Right.
Right. And you said, if you take the TV personalities, for instance, take somebody like William Buckley. Now, you said William Buckley is about the only one who appears to approach his subjects with ethical principles or presuppositions. And yet, if you examine it carefully, he tackles his subject with ethical glove and a mental rapier, yet that glove is spiked with barbs of cynicism, and the rapier means love. So even that is merely a semblance of an ethical approach. I don't understand what you meant to say when you said the rapier means love.
because since it is a personal thing, let me make a personal
Sure.
comment. I have always felt that even when the rapier of your mind, and I think it's the best description of it because it's brilliant, in my opinion, when it goes right home, your intent is love.
Well, why is that anti-ethical?
As far as I remember the context, I was making a distinction between acting, it's not anti-ethical, acting purely out of ethics, which I think kills, and having your action vivified by love. It makes a distinction.
Well, is it your feeling that we have so far lost basic ethical presuppositions that, for instance, when we see, say, Richard Nixon say something, we question whether he uses the truth or doesn't use the truth, merely with reference to whether the truth serves him or doesn't serve him, without any assumption, any general public assumption, that he would use the truth because it is the truth?
We assume that, I think, yes. I think so. And also behind my mind, there is this feeling that today, for us, guilt has become largely legal. And truth is something...
Because the divine sanction is gone.
Yes. Or because simply we have had it dinned into us by people that we live by a rule of law. And without law, we have nothing. And which is true. We have very little without law, but we just can't exist by the law. And by simply ethic as such. This is good, this is bad. Because finally, I know when my passion comes for gold, for woman, for power, I will say, why isn't it good? And the only answer will be, because there is a God who says so, and
whose authority you accept.
But the sheer ethic by itself, no. By itself, without love, without this thrust of love, even though it hurts. Perhaps that's why Pascal said, Il n'y a que la vérité et l'amour qui blesse. Only truth and love hurt.
Oh, I didn't know love was in there.
Yes, in the original quotation. Somebody cut it down to Il n'y a que la vérité qui blesse. And he must have been strictly somebody who liked ethic, as distinct from love.
Before turning to the panel, can I ask you just one quick concrete question? There's been a lot of news.
Yes.
It's been in the newspapers for the last few days about this scientific examination of the Shroud of Turin.
Yes.
My question to you is, what, if anything, of a theological nature could be proved if it was established that that was in fact Christ's shroud?
Well, of a theological nature, the only thing that could be proved would be things which help theology, like, as you know, the man's hands were crossed over his crotch like that. And the blood on each hand coming out falls at a certain angle. Now, I'm not a mathematician, but mathematicians have calculated that the direction from the wound on this part of the hand...
Which, by the way, was here.
That's right, in the wrist.
Yeah.
That's right. When they project the hand up, it falls... Then they measure the angles, and they can get the height of the cross or something out of it. And it's just a historical facts aiding identification. There's nothing which changes theology except that it does bolster the historical facts that make theology possible, if it were proven to be his shroud.
Well, is that, I'm asking you now as a scholar, is that in substantial dispute? Obviously the resurrection is, but
Yes.
is the crucifixion in substantial dispute?
Yes, there are people who would say that he wasn't crucified at all, that that was a part of a story added on because the Messiah had to die. So if it was proven to be the shroud of Jesus, it certainly is the shroud of a man who died through crucifixion.
Well, but if it's proved to be the shroud of a man who died through crucifixion, it would not therefore be proved to be the shroud of Jesus.
No, no.
What is it about it that could conceivably be miraculous?
Well, they don't know
negative
yet.
image?
Yet they don't know yet how you produce a negative image with what is blood, because they have tested it, and it is blood. And how do you produce a negative image? Now, if that's a miracle, it will help popular devotion, Mr. Buckley, I think. But it won't either change or affect theology very deeply.
It won't bring Blanchard to his knees.
Oh, Blanchard will find some other reason. He didn't bring the French Academy to his knees in the 1890s, and I think Brand and his brother Paul can find adequate reason for dissenting.
Ms. Ronnie Stewart is a graduate assistant at the History Department of the University of Miami. Ms. Stewart.
Yes, I've been thinking about how the early church fathers, in order to propagate the Christian religion, had people's not proving religion by reason as much as by saying, well, you just have to take that leap of faith. And of course that would continue with St. Thomas Aquinas. And I think that's the problem today right now, is that people want more concrete proof, and you seem to strongly believe in your faith, and when you're saying Jesus now, why?
Well, I'll tell you, if I could disagree with you, humbly, I think people don't want proof today. When you sit down with them, and after you get over the trivia, and above all when they find out that you haven't got an axe to grind, and you're not trying to make them either a Catholic or a Shaker or a Holy Roller or something, you know, you're not sectarian, you know what it always boils down to? They want to feel their inner self. And I mean that not psychologically, it's not psychic gears. It's the ineffable part of us that we recognize only momentarily. And they want to talk about that, and they want to find a meaning for it. And if you say, well, if you were to say, which in the context would be blasphemous almost humanly, they would feel it. Well, let me give you a reason for it. They'd sit back and say, oh no, this is a much more fundamental thing. And
but don't you feel that in order to get to that feeling of faith, you have to attack the mind first? I mean, since we're all almost brought up all through school and that
it's a very good thing to have good reasons. And if you have somebody like Blanchard or Paul Blanchard, a good adversary fight with a man like that, and to thrash him intellectually is marvelous. He's asking for it, and he will do it to you if you don't do it to him. And there's only the mental noses are blooded. And if somebody really wants to fight on that arena, good. But if it's not a question of fighting, but finding out, why have I this yearning? And my children, what am I to say to them about goodness? What's bad mean? And why shouldn't I be unfaithful to my wife now and then? It won't hurt her, and besides, she's very broad-minded. You know, and what's purity? And, you know, why must I really believe America with a patriotic thing called patriotism? Why can't I just say, well, if I have to fight the government, I'll fight. What is that part of me which transcends anything which is measurable, which no psychologist can claim because they're in the dimensional and the measurable? What part of me? That question, dear, nobody uses their reason at all. They put their hand to it beneath the face of God.
Well, even by naming it, aren't you measuring it? I mean, why does it have to come down to an answer that it is God?
Well, that's a very, very big problem. And, of course, we all use a myth, you know. Even when I say to somebody, I love you, I'm using myth. And without myth, we would use computer language. I'm a readout. But I'm human. As Tertullian said, everything human is not alien to me, or nothing human is alien to me. And what's wrong with myth? Provided I don't believe in myth which destroys human life or obfuscates the face of God. I love myth, and by the way, so do you, and so do we all. Otherwise, you wouldn't be dressed as you are, for instance.
Professor,
I don't understand that part.
Professor James, that's one of the mysteries of the Church. Professor James Hutchinson of the Department of Philosophy and Religion at the Florida International University. Hutchinson.
Well, to follow up on that same question, then, what is the relationship of the within or the inner feeling that's beyond measure and beyond quantification, to the outside world, which is basically secular? How can they be gotten together?
Well, I'll tell you. I think that's a whole Megillah. But if I could put it very briefly, Doctor, I would say this to you. And again, it may sound parochial, but it's the only answer I have coming to me. I believe that Jesus, being in time and space once, and having put off time and space, has affected both matter and spirit, the two components of our human universe, matter and spirit. And that matter is inherently affected by that, and that far from matter being evil or negative even, that it is an ingredient of a human universe which is now, in view of Jesus, only human because more than human. And therefore that matter itself has its holiness. I don't see any need to, Now, that men's will come in and I get a bit of matter and I make a sword and I stick you with it. Or I make little bits of paper and I cheat you out of your money. That's a divagation of the function of matter. But matter itself is not unholy. It would be Manichaeanism if I said otherwise. I don't know if that goes to the point.
But that is, the fact that matter has value in itself then is not substantial enough for you. Does not carry you far enough.
Matter?
Into claiming, or matter, or the secular world, outside the mind, outside the inner self.
Yes.
That is not enough then to attempt to live in the world without the affirmation of a Jesus self or of the
If I can never be human, and no action of mine of eating, drinking, washing myself, even going to the bathroom, if I can go to that level of human activity, it will never be human unless I respond. After all, if somebody comes to me and say, look, Malachi, I love you, I say, yeah. If there's no response, there's nothing born. And if food for me is something to put it in, if I don't con-celebrate, at least with the spirit while I eat, if I don't humanize it, I must respond. The difference between us, I think, and what we call lower animals, is that we respond, and our response is human. And I think in a baby that you see toddling around a corner with his father's hat on it and endeavoring to stand up from teetering, just before you laugh, and not at it, but with it, it's a cosmic joke at that moment. You experience your response to that as a human expression. You respond. And if somebody doesn't respond, you know that either humanly they're affected or evil has got at them.
You mean unaffected?
Unaffected, yes. Something is wrong. There must be a human response. I must respond. Somebody can try and evoke me, but I must respond. If I do respond to it, I think I humanize it immediately. I think, Doctor.
Miss Judith Antonarella is a graduate assistant in philosophy and religion, also at Florida International University.
Thank you. To pick up on the line of thinking about human response, I hear very strong echoes from you, Dr. Martin, of Rudolf Schnackenberg, when he defines revelation as the personal encounter of man with God.
Yes.
And that this is, in fact, brought about by God's action rather than by the action of organized religion teaching doctrine.
Yes.
It is God who calls, and it is man who responds. It is not so much a matter of the church teaching and my giving the proper answer from the catechism. Schnackenberg says that man must respond. What response do you feel is available to man? I'm thinking in terms of the church saying the response is liturgy. You mentioned concelebration. What response is available to me as the individual human?
Within the church or without the church?
Well, both. Within the church, the way it is today, I feel it's very limited. You know, particularly for women. I may go to the communion rail, but not beyond.
No, apropos of your last remark, just in a parenthesis or a footnote, one of the big deficiencies in Christianity is there is no theology of woman at all. Although the one thing Jesus needed, the one thing he needed, having decided to become human, the only thing he needed was a woman. And logically, all priests should have been female, but male chauvinism got in the way. And as some theologians said, that, and this is a sideline, but let me finish it, as you know, it's theologically possible for God to have become a cow if he decided. He could be incarnated in a cow. But even if he had been incarnated in a cow, we men would have taken over. That's the extent. But we have no theology of woman and no theology of love, really human love, because it involves the essence of woman, and I don't think we know that theologically. But to get back to your main remark, you've touched on a very big question, because you've touched on the idea of church and the idea of the individual within the church. Look, a few things are certain, dear. One is certain that Jesus left a visible presence behind him. All the evidence.
Which is the church?
Well, see, let me not be parochial or cavil about it. I believe that at least my church, the Roman Catholic Church, is a large part of the Church of Jesus, of its visibility. Because I cannot say that about I don't know how many billion, or million at least, Russian Orthodox died outside the church. My Jesus would not be provident if that happened. But I know that my church is an essential part of the church, and that the Pope is his representative. Now, but he left a visible presence, and therefore I can't say airy-fairy, oh, well, you see, I am Jesus. We will have our colloquy, and he will tell me what to do. No. On the other hand, there is this peculiar phenomenon or happening today that something seems to have drained away from the liturgy. And personally, I find the liturgy most uninspiring, especially since I saw them composing it in Rome, and I saw young men from Washington and from Warsaw and from Dublin sitting around a table saying, well, you know, what should we make the people do now? Or we'll make them stand up at this point. That's not a living liturgy. But it's what we have, you know, what we've got to have, we've got to make do. And we're hopping up and down like marionettes at Mass and being distracted when you want to pray.
Well, you've suggested that what we should do now with regard to the Church is change the structure. In the Roman Catholic Church particularly, there's absolutely no means of input, from my point of view, for changing that structure.
No, dear, if I said that, I really would. Well, it was an excessive language. No, Jesus is going to change the structure. Don't bother. He's the man. He'll do it all. It's like a tree which bore fruit once, and it's dry, and he says, well, I'll break it over my knee and plant a new one. And you and I will be playing harps before that happens. And we haven't got to go around saying the priests are bad, the Pope is bad, the structure is wrong. No, got to do our best, carry on, because I have my individual conscience to follow. And the Church still has things that I can't get otherwise. Grace, I can get forgiveness for my sins. I can get advice. I can get example. But I know, my conviction is that he is changing that thing, and they will look back in 300 years' time and say, good, holy, jumping Moses. Those people actually believed in that sort of thing then.
But where is Jesus? I hear you saying that I've got to stick with the Church. Now, is he in the institution or is he in the individual?
Well, you know, don't think I'm being light-hearted or light-headed by saying to you, he is nowhere.
The balance of the paradox is to come, I take it.
That's right. That's right. The balance is to come. Because if he was anywhere, to be someplace is to be measured dimensionally. All right? You're in that chair. And this room is here in Miami. Miami is in America. Coordinates cross. You are somewhere. And therefore you are material. The essence of spirit is that it is not measured dimensionally for a very simple reason. It has no dimensions. But that does not mean that it hasn't got presence. Now, I know you can push me on presence because it's drawn from the dimensional world. We haven't got a word for it. In fact, strictly speaking, it is inaccurate to say your soul is in your body.
I would never say that.
Aha. Oh, well, that's an advance. Or I don't know. So that Jesus is, where is Jesus, is a question that I can't answer within that framework of language, but I can say this much, that Jesus being outside time and space is with all those in time and space, but he is not measured dimensionally to time and space. But we want to get into a very philosophical language because, you know, our culture has only given us philosophical language to speak about it. And that is my difficulty.
Miss Stewart?
Yeah, but I think you've avoided the question of how you're supposed to get to people to help them with this basic sense of loss that I think, at least dealing with my students in particular, I notice.
I know. Every one of them is a theater of longing.
Yeah.
They long for the light, and they long for guidance, and they long for some clear thing. Each one is a theater of longing. Now, what do you say to them? Well, it will always be highly individualized, and they will have to seek in their inner selves what Jesus is telling them. Again, it sounds as if I was in the Bible Belt, but
well, only because he keeps specifying that the name Jesus, whereas perhaps Nietzsche would have said this is a chaotic universe and the individual has to find his own meaning without using the term God.
Yes, well, you see, Nietzsche forgot, and now he knows he's dead and he has the light, presumably up or down, or, you know, out somewhere, and God has forgiven his madness and those pathologies he developed from those around him. So perhaps Nietzsche is adoring God at this moment. But
I can't believe you forgave his sister, though. Yeah.
No, I agree with you there. There's a problem there even for Jesus. But once you say it's a chaotic universe, the reality is that it's not. And the reality is that love and compassion moves everything in this universe because it was made by Jesus and is controlled by him. Now, and this universe, therefore, makes a Nietzsche possible. You know, the system always makes the rebel possible. Now, what you tell individual students is something else. It's a long thing, but, you know, another difficulty you and I have, and I'm sure Mr. Buckley has, we all have it, is that when we say Jesus, we still have an acculturated view of Jesus. And whether Jesus is creating a new vision in people's hearts today, and whether he is creating a new thing, a new appreciation of him in the spirit, as distinct from what sufficed up to now, I don't know.
Do you mind if I ask you one question I've always thought about?
What is the question?
Okay, as soon as we started realizing this was an expanding universe and there were many planets, would that mean that every planet had its own Christ that went through death and
it wouldn't.
resurrection?
No.
Did he jump around from planet to planet?
No, that's purely anthropomorphic, you know. And you know what it comes from? It comes from the fact that the early Christians, and many Christians today, I almost got mugged in Greensboro over this. They believe that Jesus sort of came down here and then he said, now boys, you go right ahead and carry on, and I'm going away. And he jumped into a spaceship and whoosh, he went up, you know, and there, but he's coming back. You'll see that spaceship coming and 4 horsemen with it, and just prepare, hallelujah, he's coming. It's so anthropomorphic, and it's a Jewish and Iranian myth. Now, of course, if Jesus went away, he could never come back because he'd be mortal and dimensional. So there can't be many Jesus, there is only one individual, you know. Now that his love would extend to other planets and to those in it, and that they would need salvation, we don't know. We are earthbound. First of all, we must find out, is there anybody there in the solar system? Present moment, Pioneer is flying out with this little brown plaque and a naked man and woman on it, you know, telling them where we are, which is pathetic, really. It's pathetic. But no, I don't think there's anything to do with Jesus at all here. Anyway, he knows already. He's not telling us, though. And I'm not saying that jocosely.
Do you find that the whole concept of the expanding planet is one of the great natural obstacles to religious devotion?
I do in this sense, Bill. I find it an obstacle because it is part of the whole evolutionary myth. And while everybody speaks about the evolution of man, they still have to find just what went from what to what. And the idea, as you find in a normal writer like Warren Weaver or Harlow Shapley, I mean, Harlow Shapley says, quotes Job as saying to God, God says to Job, where were you when I was laying the foundation of the world? And Harlow Shapley comes in and says, Job was present, his atoms were present. You know, that idea that we were all atoms once in helium and hydrogen. But that's another myth which we can't deal with today.
Thank you, Malachi Martin. I'm very grateful to you for this discussion of your book.
Thank you very much. I'm very
grateful. Thank you, ladies and
here.
gentlemen. Thank you, members of the panel.
Next week, Mr. Buckley visits Johannesburg for an exchange of ideas with John Vorster, Prime Minister of the Republic of South Africa.
For a printed bound copy of this program, send 25 cents in coin to Firing Line, Post Office Box 5966, Columbia, South Carolina 29250. That's 25 cents to Firing Line, Post Office Box 5966, Columbia, South Carolina 29250. This program was made possible by a grant from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting.
By now, every lover of the printed word must know the truth of what we've been promising on this program for many months. The long-awaited book, The New Castle, has finally been published in its entirety by E.P. Dutton after its partial serialization in the Intellectual Digest. And it contains, as we promised, some of the most beautiful writing since Henry Adams. This golden prose tempts the reader to consider that our social and political and personal agonies may be purely apocalyptic, that we shall look back on these sufferings as part of a qualitative change in the human condition. At the very least, The New Castle offers the sophisticated reader a new way of looking at the history of ideas. Since we in this program were favored with a very satisfying preview of the finished work months before publication, we can devote this post-publication discussion to the literary curiosity that arises in the afterglow. How did Malachi Martin develop such a beautiful style? From what poets did he learn how to write? Was it Blake? A bit of Whitman, perhaps? Or the unknown Semitic poet who gave us the Book of Job? And how does Malachi Martin regard some of the other prophets who many of us see as working furrows parallel to his? R.D. Laing and Carl Jung, for example, maybe even Norman O'Brien, and in some ways, dare I say it, even Herbert Marcuse. And what is Dr. Martin Malachi working on now? Indeed, how can you follow through on such a major statement as the New Castle? How does a writer catch his breath after such an ascent? But before we engage the author of the New Castle in these leisurely post-publication notions, let me brief those who have come in late on this development. Malachi Martin earned 3 doctorates. He converses in 8 languages. He has studied at Oxford and the Hebrew University. He was Jesuit professor at the Pontifical Biblical Institute in Rome. He served as Pope John XXIII's emissary to Mao Zedong. He wrote his first book under a pseudonym. He left the Jesuit order. He made the bestseller lists with his 5th book, Jesus Now. And then he created tremendous excitement with short, condensed segments of the New Castle, which appeared in Intellectual Digest. The finished book, with a foreword by Martin Goldman, editor of the now lamented ID, has gone through 3 printings before publication, and it's being widely enjoyed even by people who disagree with its major premises. Enjoyed because of its magnificent descriptions of some of the great capitals that man has built to enshrine his ideals: Mecca, Jerusalem, Constantinople, Rome, Angkor Wat, Peking, Wittenberg. With his talent for long-range surprise, as well as for surprise always in the very next sentence, Martin leads up from these historic cosmopolises to Peru, Indiana, which he sees as a forerunner of the New Castle. Since these descriptions astonish even the reader unconvinced by Martin's ultimate message, they provide an excellent starting point for today's colloquy. Dr. Martin, as you recall, did the language for describing these man-made heavens occur to you while you were actually on the spot, or is this another Wordsworthian case of emotion recollected in tranquility?
Walter, it probably is the first in a major way and the second one in a minor way. Let me explain to you. I remember wandering in the evening at Tonle Sap Lake, which is the lake beside the temple of Angkor Wat. Now, it was early summer, and it was a golden evening. And I remember wondering because they told me that very old women who had lost sons in the war came down to burn sticks, joss sticks, I suppose, in front of the statue of the smiling Buddha, and to smile up at this figure which gave their hope to their lives. And I describe in the book, actually, at the end of the part in Angkor Wat, this look in their eyes. It was always smiling, but with tears, these old women. And they weren't praying for a baby or a son. To have a son is misery. And they weren't praying for longer years. They were just praying for happiness to the Buddha. But standing there were 2 people with me who spoke English. One was a Frenchman and one was a Cambodian. And they were taking notes furiously because they were reporters. Now, what happened to me there, Walter, was very, very singular. I'm beginning to believe something about what they say about the left and the right hemisphere because of the brain. You know this theory they have? Now, I say that really jocosely because what happened was, and what always happens on such occasions with me, is that I get a peculiarly forceful jumble of images, words, sentences, whole paragraphs. I see them in front of me like a photograph. And I reproduce those later, months later, on paper. And I get an experience of emotions without the psychophysical part of it. It isn't anywhere in my body or in my imagination. It is somewhere else. It's a sudden experience of a totality. And I see little bits of it like you'd see a puzzle, a jigsaw puzzle half done. And then I went back in the evening, I started to fill in that jigsaw puzzle. And I saw that entire chapter in front of me before I went to bed at night. And months later, when I wrote down and finished that particular part, I knew I was reproducing. And time again, my editor would say to me, look, I don't like this word. And I say, no, that is the wrong word. Or she'd say, look, this sentence is in the wrong place. I'd look at it for a long time and say, yes, this is in the wrong place. It wasn't there. Now, side by side with that, there are those parts which are recollections in tranquility. And some of those are more on the strictly historical record part, which I try to interweave into the account of it all. But anything which is burning in it, Walter, anything which is intuitive, anything which conveys the immediate presence of the vision in Angkor Wat and the idea of Siddhartha Buddha before it was deformed and disfigured by succeeding centuries, as the message of every great leader is, that came in a rush. And if I were to believe in angels, or were to believe in communication with a superior power, and I am a believer, I would believe it is the touch of beauty and goodness leaning down and saying, let's give this human a morsel.
If it starts that early, then you have a great deal to edit out, don't you, just to get a small book?
Yes, because I do write reams. Yeah. I do write reams.
Well, since you assume in the new castle that we shall experience a qualitative breakthrough in man's awareness,
yes,
can we assume that you regard the act of literary composition as a kind of breakthrough?
Well, if I would agree with you in this sense that I think in literature, in art, in woodcutting, in painting, in theater, the art of prophecy is alive. I think that American painters, Rothko, for instance, are prophets of their day. They were telling us what was going to happen to us in the 70s, long before it happened to us. And I think writers also, if they're faithful, if they haven't sold themselves into whoredom, to use the expression from Scripture, if they haven't completely prostituted their talent merely for money, but if they really are feeling and thinking and hoping, and if their life doesn't cease to be a real prayer. And I don't mean bending down on your knees or any repetitious words. No, I mean the prayer of the whole man. Then I think that beauty and the eternal bends down, whether it's in the night or in the day, and touches them and gives them a sense of what's going on, not within a time frame, so that they can see the future and reproduce it. And therefore the answer is yes. I think that a real literary production reflecting what is going on around us is genuinely prophetic, in the real sense of the word, interpretative, and to convey to people what is going on so that when it happens they're not surprised. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yes, and then I infer
mission.
that sometimes you're quite surprised what comes out of the typewriter yourself.
Yes.
You didn't know it was in you.
Yes, I propose a book, or Martin Goldman, listening to me talking, said, well, let's get this into a book. And I'd say, yes, but I don't know whether I can write it or not. But then it all comes suddenly as if it was pre-done. Now, I'm not talking as if, it was an inspiration or if I was a messianic character. I'm not. I'm an ordinary man. But I believe that with certain gifts, one is a recipient of the real world of reality, the world of spirit, the world of truth, and the world of humanness. And that we don't live in a material universe. We live in a human world, of which two constituents are spirit and matter is made real by spirit, not vice versa.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that, because you talk quite often about the two worlds, and yet it seems to me that you really believe in one.
I do. I believe in one, Walter. Nowadays, even in the Advanced Institute at Princeton, if you ask somebody like Archibald Wheeler, or some of the people really advanced, they'll tell you matter is an abstraction, such as we know it. They won't go on further because science forbids them to do any more speculation than that. But for me, the world of spirit is the real world. And it is so close to us that it is all around us. And to use an image, it is so near us that it's paper thin. You could put your thumb through what we have and reach it. We have this barrier created by the abstraction called matter, and we have got to cope with matter. After all, I perspire, I've got to wash, I've got to eat, I've got to marry and settle down. We are my children. I've got to, I've got to earn my daily bread, my parnassa. I've got to make sure I have enough money in the bank and observe the law and not run into the middle of the street and be knocked down by an automobile. We've got to take care of these things, but that's not the full reality. The whole reality is this thing called spirit. And I think the best example of spirit, Walter, in our day is that lonely man, Solzhenitsyn. Look, the biggest totalitarian hegemony in human history is in Soviet Russia. This man was unquenchable. He was only exilable. Period. They could not crush him. They couldn't kill him. All they could do was exile him with courtesy. Why? Just spirit. They could not do anything about it. And they can do anything they want to, so to speak. This man knows. And he is a lesson and a reproach for all the churches. None of them exercised, for that brief instant of Solzhenitsyn's career that we all know about, that moral power and moral force when he made them bow to his words. And think of it. A bald-headed, sick man.
Unhappy comparison,
now
but true.
Yes, now that's what I consider the force of spirit, the force of the moral power, moral authority. Now, I think that's speaking to every man. I think a literary writer who is faithful to his craft is an interpreter of that. I think somebody who produces the pictorial in wood, in oil, in metal, is the same thing. He is also listening more carefully. That is his endowment, even though he lives by it, or whether he lives by it or not. We've lost that today because the vocabulary, human vocabulary, has been shot to bits.
Yes. Well, pushing you a little further, which writers do you feel have helped you mold your style, which, you know, the critics are quite happy about? For once they're unanimous about something. Is it purely a coincidence that I think of Henry Adams?
No. Henry Adams was one of the chief positive molders in my life. Yes. So, and when you mentioned his name to me about 3 or 4 months ago, I didn't say anything because I thought it was a sheer accident or, an accidental comparison. But I'd read anything I could lay my hands on in that man. And I've taken whole paragraphs and learned them by heart. And I've had him read to me because I love people reading a book to me because I'm a parrot. If I listen to you with your accent for 3 or 4 days, I will be speaking like you. And so I imitate anything I hear by sound. And I think this is the way it entered. One other character had an influence on me, and you may be surprised at this, but he had an influence which I call negative but good, and that's James Joyce. James Joyce was a great friend of my father's. I never knew this until Daddy was very near his death. I just found out he knew James Joyce intimately. And James Joyce was Dublin, of course, and Irish of the Irish. And he had this terrible characteristic of the Celt. The Celt will promise you the world between his palms. But when you challenge him, he'll open his palms, and there's nothing but light and darkness.
Only a Celt can say that.
The Celtic twilight, always with beauty and always with grace, and a slight touch of coarseness, because he knows you're going to get after him finally for deceiving him. But he hasn't. He's going to skip away with the goblins and the small people. But James Joyce, though, I read all his books. Of course, in Holy Island, they were forbidden in my time, so I read them under the sheets in school, under the bed. And they were forbidden books, but I read every one of them. I learned part of it by heart. And Finnegan's Wake, I used to know about, 3 chapters by heart, especially the last chapter. And the long colloquy when she's lying in bed, that marvelous thing when she so talks. And Finnegan, of course, I read into Finnegan's Wake everything I wanted to read. And as you know, originally Joyce wrote Finnegan's Wake because Finnegan is really Finis again, the resurrection again, the end again. And he has that marvelous ending. I adored Joyce for years. And then, Walter, I read a series of novels of American writers coming up to Henry Adams. And every time I read Henry Adams and I went back to Joyce, I was troubled. And to use a biblical expression, I was troubled in spirit. There was something about Joyce that drove me back to Adams. Now I know what it is, and I don't think I can express it to you in words because I've never tried to explicate it. But it is that Joyce was trying to describe utter darkness, negativity. That was his message. The way we're bastardizing our language, the way we're treating our art, the way we're treating our environment, we're going into blackness and darkness. And he was trying to say that, and bursting language apart into this peculiar gobbledygook, which he uses to express the disruption of the human word. And I had to unmemorize every bit of Joyce. Would you believe that? It did something to my mind. And if we were to use ancient language, I'd say there was an evil spirit possessing that word for me. It sounds superstitious, but this is the way I think, and this is the way I feel about it. So I unlearned Joyce. All I knew about his style and his perception. You see, when I read a man like Joyce or any good literary author, I read his words, and immediately I get overtones and undertones. And those things I treasure. I had to undo all the Joycean overtones and undertones out of my system. I couldn't take him onto myself, and I couldn't colloquize with James Joyce. And I colloquized with Henry Adams. And I colloquized with a whole series of authors, dead and alive. because I don't think there's any barrier. I think they are my commensals and my familiars, and they made me what I am. And somehow in the world of spirit, we are not separate. We are in the world of body. So Henry Adams did, and what I loved about Henry Adams was this, that there was a breadth of feeling and understanding, at the same time truly American. Now, there's something stark about the American, the truly American, something stark about it. But at the same time, the ultimate understatement of beauty. There's always that, and it comes out in the popular or vulgarization terms like the Golden Girl of Broadway and the American gal and the ideal of American beauty as concretized in the woman. That's only the popular version of it. There is shimmering at the back of the American ideal beauty, and feminine beauty as well as beauty itself. Now Henry Adams had that, I think, as his basic intuition, this feeling that this was attainable without the pressures of a totalitarian state or a religious dictatorship or a narrow Calvinistic prejudice, you know. He seems to have really intuited it. That was the value I found in Henry Adams. But I didn't think you'd discover. Nobody else has said it. Nobody but you, Walter. We must be twins in soul or something.
Well, I felt Henry Adams right away.
Did
but
you?
You must already have had your fantastic interest in languages and multilingual puns when you were reading Joyce.
I had a teacher when I was 9, and he took me aside. And he was, John Hyde was his name, and he spoke with a Galway accent. And he said to me, "Now, Malachi, you're going to write books, and you'll do 2 things." He couldn't pronounce TH. 2 things. He said, "You're going to read all over the bally place." He said, "You're going to read all over the bally place," he said. And he said, "You're going to fill your mind with facts. You'll ripen your imagination, and you'll gather the facts, and then you'll write the books." And you know, that's precisely the process. You read. John also meant you looked at pictures, you looked into cathedrals and buildings, and you, for instance, stained glass. There was a stained glass factory in Dublin. I studied the whole thing just to see how they got those marvellous colours. Any manifestation of beauty. We had woodcutters in Ireland, and we had ceramic workers. I went everywhere as a young boy, and I learned how to do it, and I'm very handy. And I just see the art, see how this beautiful thing arose out of mud, or how out of just this piping and glass this man made this glorious sea of colours. Similarly with books. Load myself with facts and temper my imagination and exaggerate in the beginning. And I had a very florid style in the beginning. It was rhetorical and it was bombastic, and I got red pencil and blue pencil all over. But I was trying out my teeth.
From John Hyde.
From John Hyde.
He did this too.
That was the man who started me off on that.
There are some marvellous teachers in Ireland. I think of Beckett and Joyce and Wilde.
There's a marvellous tradition there.
Donlevy.
Yes, Walter, there's a marvellous tradition there. Do you know why? They're so feckless, in the good sense. They really don't care about the tomorrow. You'd be surprised. And there's a whole stream still in Ireland like that. That's where they'll always be poor. And they'll make a mess of every rebellion and revolution. And they're the best spies on themselves. I mean, the Irish, they never succeeded in anything, except in the spirit. They have led in this. If you take the big names like Joyce, Bernard Shaw, these big names that came out, always with this peculiar power of fantasy, you know? And that's the tradition I was born into. And half my family, one side, the Costellos, they were really Spanish sheep stealers who landed in Kerry in the 17th century and became more Irish than the Irish themselves. They wrote poetry and they went mad. And they loved many women. And they built beautiful towns and villages in Ireland and churches. And we had the Fitzmaurices, who were businessmen, strict businessmen. And there were Normans. And then I had the Martins, who were primarily poets and writers. And that was in my blood and in my family. And I had several aunts who never married at all. They died at about the age of 150, and they wrote poetry in the boulevards in Paris. That was back in the 19th century. That's the tradition I grew up in.
Well, your publisher says that you were born American and educated in Ireland.
That's a phrase I've always used. I was born an American because I was born as an Irish citizen. But I know in my soul I was an American. I know that. Because, see, Walter, I was born into muscular Christianity. And I never rejected it. I'm a believer, and I'll die a believer. Some of the nonsense I've thrown over like a lot of other people, of course. But when I say born American, I was made for this land and this people. I don't mean the physical land merely. I was just made for this land where it is possible to dream of a situation where a human environment would permit anybody of any color or of any language or of any faith to to blossom humanly. Give me another polity in which that has even been attempted. Never.
And you were the man to appreciate Peru, Indiana.
Oh, I did. I went to Peru, Indiana, and I wandered around the streets. And you know, it was lit up like ancient Baghdad when the Sultan was celebrating his birthday. This drab, dreary, blockhouse little town with nothing more ancient than Anthony Wayne's goggles and Tom Mix's stagecoach. That place was lit up for me. Its most ancient tomb is Chief, I forget his name, Chief of the Miami Indians, buried at the intersection of State 106 and something else. I adore the place. I walked around like in a trance. Because somehow or other, Walter, I'd much rather walk around and feel. It's not a physical word, it's a human word. Feel the spirit every place and feel what's in men's minds. And except on rare occasions, I haven't found one human being in America that doesn't correspond with me, doesn't respond to me, say, oh yes, gee, that's good. If I could only have that. And it's in Peru, Indiana, and it's in every place else too.
I said earlier that I think of R.D. Laing and Carl Jung and Norman Brown as striving in their own ways for a similar kind of breakthrough. For example, I think we could say that you also seek the reunification of the personality, the union of the psyche, the way they do.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it, Walter. You see, you mentioned that when you were talking. It's very interesting. You said, and even Herbert Marcuse.
Yeah.
Now, may I talk to that point a moment,
why
Walter?
not?
I'll tell you why I
to
do.
bait you into
Look.
it.
You can always bait an Irishman into an argument, don't you know? I think that every one of these people have perceived something. Herbert Marcuse, B.F. Skinner, the people whose names would make you horrified, and the people's names which wouldn't do, like Carl Jung. They've all seen, they've been given some side, they've seen some side of the reality. You have just said it. We have been split up by them all, because they've all differed, and sometimes they've clashed in words, terminologically, in their terminology, and in their theories. But if there's any dream for man possible, and if there's any value in me beyond my body, and if there's any reason for human life beyond eating and sleeping and dying with a groan, if there's something else, if really to be human is worth it all, then they all have seen some side of the truth and of the eternal. And somehow or other, the vision will bring them together. And you know, when any great man dies, I always make my friends laugh, because they say, oh, well, so-and-so has died. And I say, yes, now he has the light. And I'm not talking about pie in the sky when we die. I'm talking in a much more rarefied sense. When Nikita Khrushchev died, whom I visited twice, I said the same thing, and they roared laughing, but I really meant it. Because I think they all see the truth. Due to their prejudices, their rearing, their education, of course, they twist it one way or the other, and they fight with each other. But in reality, they're looking at the same thing, and in the end, some vision will unite it for us all, I think.
Yes, when when Marcuse wants to eroticize work, he's coming to the problem from another direction.
He is, and I'm sure in the depth of the night, or in the evening, if he smokes a pipe looking at Big Sur, or wherever he dwells, something touches him and tells him, look, I am beauty.
You've recently become a columnist for the National Review.
That's right, Walter.
Your very first column showed that Mr. William Buckley can appreciate literary verve quite unlike his own. What else are you working on now?
Well, actually, I'm going to use that column. Do you know, most religious columns, if you look at Time Magazine, if you look at Newsweek, if you look at the Daily News, if you look at New York Times, look at any major paper, any syndicated column on religion, you know what it is? Statistics. Computerized. They'll say, well, the Mormons are now 3.5 million, they've just built a temple has this inside, and blah, 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 patati, patata. But religion is not that. So Bill Buckley said, and it's very wise of him, look, he said, can you achieve a column which is genuinely about religion, not about the computerized data about religion? So will you please watch my column, and after a couple of months, call me up and haul me over the coals if I don't achieve this nice balance of writing about the religion of man, and not about the statistical and the physical appurtenances thereof. It's so important because people want it. Walter, all over this country. I've been over 4 times in the last 1 year. People are saying, look, I'm fed up with this, I'm fed up with that. But they all want instruction. They all want, show us the light. They all know there's goodness there. They all know there's truth there. It's distorted here, it's distorted there for Jews, for Catholics, for Mormons, for Methodists. They're confused. Their leaders don't deal in spirit. They're too busy surviving economically, and they're too busy dealing in power. But everybody you touch really says, My God, yes, there is spirit. I want to know. Can you help me?
Yeah.
Usually you can't. There is this yearning. There really is.
Even the Great Gatsby fad right now is an effort to get back to a fork in the road.
Something, and the whole nostalgia thing, apart from its being commercialized and exploited, is again, can we find that? Can we find? Because we are being torn apart. There's no doubt about it. Somebody said a few days ago in my hearing, it's true that the water is just at our chins, and it's a water of panic. Yeah. We'll get through it, no doubt about it. We are in deep water.
You're the most optimistic of us. Well, thank you, Dr. Martin, for giving us these inside views of the world of the New Castle. Excuse me. I want to remind our audience that we've been talking with Malachi Martin about his new book, The New Castle. The New Castle is published by E.P. Dutton. Also, I'd like you to know that if you're interested in hearing Dr. Martin in the lecture hall as well as on the radio, he will be the final speaker in a guest lecture series at New York University this fall. This series is called Writers on the Future of America. It will begin on Monday night, October 7th, and will conclude with Malachi Martin as the speaker on November 18th. So, for his book, The New Castle, you think of E.P. Dutton and Company, and for one of his appearances as a speaker, you might call New York University, 598-2373, for more information. This is Walter James Miller, hoping to meet you, too, in the New Castle.
What we find with the possession, when we trace their histories, and there are 5 case histories in that, is that it was a slow consenting year by year. It took about 10, 11, sometimes 14 years for it to happen. When they ended up, they were completely possessed. Some people have a very funny idea about possession, Milt and Jerry. They think the possession is the entry of some serpent into the body of the person, you know, and The Exorcist, the film, created a disservice. Now, you must remember about the book and the film, The Exorcist, it's a total fiction. The author never met an exorcist, he was never present at an exorcism, and...
well, Blatty says he based it on a case of exorcism, which...
No, he says it was suggested by it. He just published an article 3 weeks ago in the LA Times, in which he said it. It was suggested by it, but he never met the exorcist or anything like that. It was, off the top of his head, based on the idea.
But well, you say the devil doesn't enter into a body, but in these cases of exorcism, and there are 5 real cases of exorcism that you have investigated closely, I gather you were present in some of these scenes of exorcism.
Yes.
Certainly the total representation is of a body or a soul possessed by some alien evil spirit, which is ultimately expunged, is in fact...
But the possession is not, it's the physical contortions they go through are results of it, which I'll explain in a moment to you. What happens is a lock on the will, much the same as Hitler had over his minions, much the same as Charlie Manson attained over his family. And I'm not saying either were possessed. I'd want 9 months to find out whether they were possessed, to examine them. But the real possession arrives at the point that the will is locked. Now, if I have a lock on your will totally, I control your thoughts, your memories, your imagination, your body. I can do what I like with you. Some people going down the road to full possession, at a certain moment, stop. And they want to get out of it. They can't. What they do is they throw themselves into the contortions a baby does. If a baby is not cleaned or is hungry, it screams, it pulls, it kicks. Finally, it'll bang its head against the ground. And I remember my own father, he had a stroke which paralyzed him completely. He couldn't talk. But when he wanted to direct attention, he burned matches with his right hand. And he made sounds. He moved his hand. It means help me. And that's the state in which we find these people. And therefore, now we don't take it that that is possession. We send them to 3 doctors. And they examine you, you apply, or you're brought for exorcism. They go from the hair of your head to the toes of your feet, and they must completely check you out. If you had a kidney stone, we won't do exorcism over you. If you even have herpes 1, you know this cold sores? No, sir. Any neurological pressure on you, anything at all of a disease, any trace of insanity in the family, although now hereditary insanity is now a moot question for psychologists. But we will not touch you, but you must be checked out. And it's the best checkout you could have. After that, we have 2 psychiatrists who claim to be healthy-minded atheists. Personally, for me, no atheist is healthy-minded. But anyway, I think they're a bit mad. But they're very good psychiatrists. And they always set about gleefully to prove that you're insane or that you have some neurosis or psychosis, that you have some syndrome.
I gather you're not talking about all the standard diagnostic procedures used before agents of the church finally are willing to acknowledge that they've got a case of possession which requires the rite of exorcism.
This is what we do. This is exactly, thank you, Milt, for the correct, that's exactly what we do before it. It all takes about
Must the two psychiatrists be atheists? Is that
no, but they
required in the
happen to be.
manual?
We chose them for that reason, so they wouldn't be prejudiced. And they must come back ruefully and say, look, he's all yours. We can find nothing in him to treat. No psychiatrist will ever say you're sane, mainly I think because most psychiatrists are not quite sane themselves. They don't know what normalcy is. Whereas the peasant in the field in Cyprus or Palestine or England or Ireland or Arabia does know what sanity is because they have it in the belly. However, they must come back and say, no, sir, we have nothing to do with this person. He's perfectly normal in pattern and behavior. Then we try exorcism. Only at that point, because we must exclude anything psychological, anything psychic, anything psychiatric, anything medical or physical. Then we start at doing exorcism, and that's when the fun begins.
And we'll hear more about that fun shortly. Jerry Rubin has been looking rather contemplative and certainly fully fascinated. What do you make of all of that?
I don't relate to it at all. I don't believe in evil. I don't believe in evil spirits.
But you do believe in evil. You believe this was an evil nation.
No, not evil. Misinformed. Not evil.
But why then would you create such destruction in order to get rid of misinformation?
No, we don't. Wait, we've got a lot of terms going around here. We were involved in a war in which we thought we were right.
But was the war evil?
Hold on.
Was
we
war
thought
evil?
it was destructive. I won't use the word evil. I mean, I could use the word evil, but I have to be clear what I mean by it. I mean immoral. I mean it violated human standards that I have.
That's not
valuing
evil.
life.
That's not evil, Jerry.
But I don't believe that the people who did the war were evil people. I believe that they thought they were acting for good, but their role in society and the environment they had around them programmed them to behave a certain way, in which they thought this was the way to be. In other words, they weren't possessed by evil out there, but the society structure kept them in a system of behavior that turned out to be immoral. And what we had to do was shock the country into a realization that it was the role structure and the way people relate to each other, which is the problem.
But Jerry, you used the word immoral.
Yeah.
Does immoral mean bad?
Bad. I don't know what you mean by bad.
Well, I want to know what you mean.
Immoral,
you ever use the word bad?
I value human life.
Yes.
When I see a huge country which has enormous technological resources, send planes 10,000 miles away and drop bombs on peasants and call that the battle for freedom, I look back and I say that's immoral.
What do you mean by immoral?
It violates my standards.
So you are the standard? You are the standards?
No, it's a basic, I value human life. When human
what
life...
do you mean by value? What's value? What does value mean, Jerry?
I hold it important.
You hold it important?
Yes. Only
importance. So it was unimportant to drop bombs. If it's important not to drop bombs... I mean, we must get a meaning. You must have some meaning.
To me, every single human life is important. Hold on.
Important for what, Jay?
Wait, an inquisition?
No,
I want to hear what I have to say. Then you have to keep quiet for a minute.
No, I want the term. I'm trying to find out the definition.
Well, it's not a matter of term. I value human life. When I see one person kill another, that's a violation of what I consider valuable. I don't use the word evil. I then look at even the murderer, and I find out what happened within him and his society, his conditioning, and his formulation to create him to form that murder.
Well, Malachi Martin would argue that the murderer has, in fact, yielded to the devil.
That's nonsense.
No, but it's not nonsense. But
it's mystification.
I think we'd rather
it's
rather get that.
And it prevents people from really dealing with the problem.
I think, Jerry, you're mystifying everything by not giving us what you mean by important. What does important mean?
Funding for Firing Line is provided by this station and by other public television stations.
There is a new pope, and at least for a little while, everyone, Catholics of course, but also Protestants, Jews, believers, non-believers, will speculate on the question, what will he do? For the most part, a good pope is defined as someone who does what the critic would do if he were pope. The suddenness of the election of Albino Luciani left the journalistic world for once speechless. On the day after it happened, I was seated between man and wife, and she confessed some disappointment at the initial allocution of the Pope. Her husband replied with some impatience, "How would you express yourself if you suddenly woke up infallible?" Although a great many people have in recent months talked about a new Pope and his likely policies, no one has aroused more attention than Malachi Martin, whose book, The Final Enclave, described a fictitious scene in which the modern Catholic Church would more or less terminate, its successor inspirited by a kind of third world Christianity, shorn of the traditional liturgies, hierarchy, and protocols. Critics did not quite know what to make of the book, but everyone notices what Malachi Martin says and writes about because of his background, his training, the force of his intellect, and his imaginative ingenuity. Mr. Martin was once Father Martin, a Jesuit priest, trained in theology at Louvain, specialist in the Dead Sea Scrolls with a doctorate in Semitic languages, archaeology, and Oriental history, close associate of Cardinal Bea and of Pope John XXIII, an Irishman who has become an American citizen, author of 3 Popes and the Cardinal, Jesus Now, and other books, and religious editor for National Review. Our examiner today will be Mr. Jeff Greenfield, who will be introduced later. I should like to begin by asking Mr. Martin to comment on a few sentences he wrote in 1974 about the next Pope. He said then that the next conclave would, and I quote him, be the most important and the most difficult papal election in about 400 years. Is it your impression that this turned out to be so?
Yes, Mr. Buckley, it really it was and still is that, because at that conclave, if we take conclave as including the period from the death of Paul VI, which was announced on August 6th, until late in the evening of August 25, when the actual conclave began, within those days, and then in the, I think, from Friday evening until Saturday evening, was played out, I think, a crisis which had to be decided one way or the other, and this was the conclave at which it was decided. So yes, I think it has been the most important, because I think the Catholic Church has made a decision, in its leaders of course, to go in one direction.
Well, in the same essay you wrote, quote, "The candidate ultimately chosen cannot be one who straddles the rift." Is it your impression that Pope John Paul, in fact, is not intended to straddle the rift? And if so, what side will he come to represent?
Well, I think to that question we should really, in order to answer, look to detailed points, because we can only make general statements. There really wouldn't be an answer. He will reinforce all the moral and ethical rules that Paul VI did insist upon, concerning abortion, contraception, homosexuality, premarital sexuality, divorce, his own infallibility, the existence of the devil, married priests, the celibacy of priests. He will stand by all those, plus all the other basic dogmas and beliefs of the Catholic Church. Where he could straddle and where he won't would be where Paul VI straddled. Paul VI, as we know, took all those stances and created terrific hubbub, as you know, in the Church and outside it. And yet, as in politics, Paul had a different policy. And in theology, as regards discipline, he had a different policy. He let left wing, if we can apply the political terminology to theology, he left a theologian like Hans Küng, or Charles Curran of Catholic University, or Avery Dulles of Fordham, Gregory Baum, the two Dutchmen, Schoenberg, Schillebeeckx, plus John Baptist Metz, the entire Northern European theological movement and its counterpart in the States. He let it run free, rather free, in fact very free. When Charles Curran, for instance, condemned the teaching of the Catholic Church and Paul VI teaching in particular about contraception, there was no condemnation. So in theology, Paul straddled. As regards politics, he also straddled. When Allende, the Marxist dictator, was in Chile, Paul smiled neutrally or benignly. For Pinochet, the back of his hand. When the missionaries, white Portuguese missionaries, wanted to withdraw from the former Portuguese colony of Angola, I think it was, in protest against colonialism, Paul allowed them. Now they can't even get back there, or with difficulty. But he had a left-wing touch, and Paul was doing this deliberately from a rather cold-blooded, rational policy, because he was persuaded from the year 1967 that, come what may, we couldn't stop the advent of communist parties, legally or by violence, both in most of the main countries in Western Europe, Italy, France, Spain, Portugal, Holland, and in every country from Mexico down to Patagonia, down to the tip of Latin America. And hence his idea was, let's survive by making friends. And he pushed this policy further by straddling on the question of diplomatic relations. For instance, in Hungary, he consented to conditions for the church there which are intolerable, really. Every bishop has literally a KGB man sitting at his chancery, and you give your card, and he computerizes that with Moscow. For 7.5 million Catholics, Paul agreed to 5 seminarians a year, 1 boys' school, 1 girls' school, and so on. Limitations beyond belief. With no right-wing government, political right-wing government, would Paul have any such truck. So he straddled the fence there. And then when his own editor in October 77, yes, last October, wrote in Paul's own paper, we must now teach our children what is good in Marxism. Well, Virgilio Levi is still the vice editor of the Osservatore Romano. So Paul straddled the fence. And incidentally, just to round off these remarks about Paul, that's why he left the church with no effective leadership, and why over 60% are confused between this very vibrant left wing, in this country rather headed by Cardinal John Dearden, and the right-wing traditionalist of Lefebvre. Now then, Paul went after Lefebvre, as they say in my native country, with a hacksaw. It's an expression to mean that he really went after him. He harassed him, he suspended him, he was brought to Rome and treated as a madman by the 3 cardinals that Paul appointed. He intervened with the Argentine government when Lefebvre went there to stop any big public meeting. So Paul sort of tried to straddle between the two, because he and Villot, the Cardinal Secretary of State, had accepted as axiomatic that they had to build bridges to the third world mentality in Latin America and in Europe. Now, Luciani, Albino Luciani, was elected. First of all, may we back up a little?
Sure.
About a conclave.
I'm enjoying this.
Well, I may be talking too long.
Not at all, not at all.
Most Irishmen are inclined to talk too long. But in a conclave, the first thing he elected is a policy. That's the first thing. And after that, then they say, well, Cardinal Buckley, please stand up. You know this policy, will you accept it? And His Eminence may say, yeah, accepto, I accept it, or non accepto, anyway, I don't want to be Pope, or I accepto juxta modum, I accept it with my own suggestions. And that's number one. Number two, they never go into conclave without having picked the candidate. In conclave, the function of conclave nowadays since about the 75th conclave, is to assemble a consensus around the chosen candidate. And normally it's like a board of directors where there are 4 or 5 or 6 prime movers that choose the man they know. And then they all come in from the hinterland and they say, well, it's Cardinal Poggio, it's Cardinal Buckley, it's Cardinal Martin, whoever it is, and he's the candidate and here's the policy. And that policy is based on an assessment of the church in the various parts of the world where the church is important, and on the economic and political projections for those parts of the world. Now, this time, Paul VI's death was announced on August 6th. And Wyszynski, Stefan Wyszynski, this Pole, whom the Romans have always referred to contemptuously as our Holy Father of Central Europe, he sort of steamrolls over everybody, having dealt with Gomulka and Gierig, and the Stalinist period in Poland. He's a strong man. He and Wojtyła of Krakow and a man called Höfner, Joseph Höfner, a strong, arrogant German cardinal. I'm sure his arrogance stems from his desire for the kingdom of God, but that's his reputation. And Ratzinger, and then the four Spanish cardinals, Gonzalez, Giubbani, Bueno y Monreal, and this terrific man, Vicente Enrique Tarancon of Madrid, came in and said, no way, we won't accept your candidate or the policy. And Wyszynski said in his very Polish German, wir werden hier bis Weihnachten warten, bis dass wir den richtigen Kardinal haben.
That sounds very hortatory.
Yes, yeah. We'll wait here even until Christmas. So then the conclave should have begun on the 13th. And then on the 15th or the 20th, began on the canonically latest day, the 25th. And there emerged then the new coalition headed by Benelli, Giovanni Benelli, the young cardinal of Florence, whom Paul VI made a cardinal before his death, because if Benelli hadn't been a cardinal when Paul VI died, he would now be happily or unhappily turning the handle of a Gestetner machine in a walled town in Calabria, in exile forever, because he was so unpopular. Benelli and Ciappi, who is the venerandus, who is the spiritual father to everybody in Rome, and Wyszynski of Warsaw, and the two Germans start a new coalition, and by the 20th they had got 67, 68 votes, which is, it was 75 as the conclave majority, 2/3 plus 1 of 111. So they went into conclave at 5:30 on Friday, and by voice acclamation they excluded everybody else, including the prime candidate and his policy. And then the next day they got up with 4 ballotings, and it was Luciani all the way. Now, I tell that just how this conclave went to show that what made Luciani. And what made Luciani was the outlook of this new coalition. And they have a very definite view of things. They want no truck with communism. And they say what Wyszynski did in Poland, we can do all over the world. And what Wyszynski did in Poland is very interesting. In 1945, after a Nazi occupation and 2 Stalinist occupations, the church emerged there. They hardly had a church or a seminary or a printing press or a school or a convent. They had no money in the bank, and they hadn't got 1 square inch of land, and they had no diplomatic clout and no political influence. And Wyszynski told me 2.5 years ago that they made the resolution that for the first time in about 700 years, the Polish church wouldn't politic. And the result was, when the workers rioted in Gdansk and Gierig rushed over to the cardinal and said, you've got to get them back to work. We need food, clothes. Gdansk is very important. Wyszynski said, yeah, whatever he spoke to him. And then he got in the pulpit the following Sunday and he tongue-lashed Gierig and his communist government for their atheism and their infringement of the rights of man. He then wrote a letter to the workers and said 2 things. He said, you have the right to strike, but you also have the obligation to think of food and clothing for your fellow countrymen. He never exhorted them to obey the government. He never played politics. And their rule was they wouldn't play politics. They would only deal with the ethical and moral and religious content of any situation. So Benelli and the others say, why don't we do the same thing? Why must we back this government or that government? There was great criticism, I must tell you, in our presidential year when Jimmy and Jerry were running, because the question of abortion rose. And you know how difficult and tortuous the question of abortion is. And, well, then the Catholics got very het up. We Catholics got very het up. We said, we must find out what the candidates hold about this. So, look, you and I know that if any cardinal of the Holy Roman Catholic Church, and we have 10 of them in this country, or any bishop, and we have quite a lot of them, rang Jimmy or Jerry at 3 a.m. in the morning, Jimmy or Jerry would jump out of bed from their wife to answer the cardinal. I mean, that vote is so important. But they didn't do that, Mr. Buckley. They went in a limousine with the press to the quarters of the candidate. And outside the quarters, they addressed the press, telling them what they were going to do. Then they went inside, and they were closeted with the candidate. And then they came out and made another announcement. Now, that's politicking. They want to rule this out, and the Vatican wants to rule out, Luciani wants to rule it out, as well on local planes as on the international plane. And that means no truck with Mr. Belanguer, and it means no truck with the Sandinists in El Salvador, which will afflict the Jesuits an awful lot, since they trained the Marxist guerrillas in El Salvador and Nicaragua, and will mean a lot of trouble for the Maryknoll fathers and sisters, who have gone very far in their Marxism.
Does that mean we won't be canonizing Zhou Enlai, as was suggested by the Bishop of Cuernavaca?
Well, Sergio Mendes Arceo, I think, is going to receive a little letter, you know. He may take early retirement, but no, we will pray for Zhou Enlai, but the honors of sainthood, I think Luciani will not be postponed
until the final conclave.
Until the final conclave. That's right.
Well, do I understand you to be saying that the Wyszynski approach has in effect become the official approach, and
yes.
it is one that is absolutely intransigent in respect of the claims of Marxism over the total man?
Yes, it's absolutely intransigent. You see, Paul argued and Vio argued, and by the way, if you talk today to Cardinal John Dearden or Cardinal Silva Enriquez of Chile, or one of the 4 French cardinals, whenever I think of those 4 French cardinals, I'm inclined to say what one cardinal said to Pacelli, who was then Pius XII when Hitler came to Rome, and Ribbentrop came to Rome, sorry, and Pacelli wouldn't see him, but this Maglione saw him, and he came into Pacelli after and he said, well, I have prayed God that he would open his eyes, and Pacelli said, well, please God will close them. So I often think about the 4 French cardinals. They're so left-wing, they're so feckless, and I know they're cardinals of my church, and you know how rabid a Catholic I am for authority, but still. Anyway, if you talk to them, or talk to Likoi of Hungary, or Trin of Hanoi, you'll find them all with this mentality. Look, we're not atheists, we're not communists, but we can live with their politics, and we can live with their economics. And we must, because 2/3 of humanity get to bed hungry and get up miserable. And Luciani once said, just before conclave, to somebody who was arguing like that, he said, we haven't got to make them Marxists to cure their hunger, which of course is the basic truth. That's going to be the stress. It's no truck with Mr. Berlinguer, and no furtherance of the diplomatic relations protocols which Paul already drew up by May of this year. What it means by way of reprisals, what it means by way of change, we don't know yet, because even within the Catholic Church over here, I suppose of the 49 million Catholics in this country, 10 million are unchurched. They don't go to Mass or meeting. But of the other 39 million, the most active part on the parish level and the diocesan level and the national level are leftists in theology and in politics. They're only about 2 to 3 million if you want to put a figure on it, but they're the most active part. And in theology, you have this entire group of people who have successfully attacked basic doctrines like the resurrection of Jesus, in which Hans Kuhn doesn't believe any longer, or the mysteries about the Virgin, in which apparently every Taoist doesn't believe any longer, and moral imperatives in which Charles Kern doesn't believe any longer, and so on down the line. And both Fordham and other seminaries around the country, they teach the theology of liberation, which is really Marxist Christianity, if there's such a thing. So there's going to be trouble, but Luciani himself is hewing to that line.
Now, what kind of intellectual resources does the present Pope either have himself or has available to him?
Intellectual resources, he really hasn't got himself. He's not really a mental eagle. As we used to say long ago in Oxford, an intellectual greyhound. That he's not. He's practically monoglot. By the way, like practically all great men I've ever known, he speaks a little bit of bad German, bitte und danke und wo wohnen Sie, and he speaks some very Italian and French. His English is very poverty-stricken. He speaks good Northern Italian and most mellifluous Latin.
It's not bad for monoglot.
No, it's not bad. It's not bad, actually, but he's been speaking since he was about 12 years old, since he entered early. His theology is strictly traditionalist, and He has read a lot of modern psychology because he abhors the use of psychology as a substitute for religion. And I remember once when he was in his homily, he made one crack about those who would interpret the Bible. He said that Peter knew that Jesus was God, not from any psychological trait. You know, I heard a bishop about 3 Sundays ago preaching and saying that grace comes out of our subconscious. You know. Freud must really turn happily in his grave at that moment. You know. But I suppose that's to be classed with Sergio Mendes Arceo and the canonization of Joan Lai. But
but he has access to,
at his disposal,
to people who are raring to go.
Yes, at his disposal.
Who taught them?
They have all been trained in the past. They're all men of about 55. They're all men of the caliber of Benelli. They're all men who have been literally kept in their kennels by Paul and Vio and the team they installed.
They haven't had a fling since Humani Generis?
That's right. They haven't had a fling since Humani Generis. And they have been muffled. In addition to that, there's this one more thing, which is so important. Over-intellect and everything else. In fact, it makes intellect possible. You know, there is a thing, we both know it, and we all know it. There is such a thing as, it's very hard to put a word in it because we've overworked several words, but it's effulgence. It's a certain comeliness, not Hollywood comeliness, but a certain power within certain people. When they come into a room or arrive, we know there's somebody here. When they go, it goes with them. And it's always in the person we love. But in certain cases, like John the 23rd, or Solzhenitsyn, or Mother Teresa of Calcutta, it's something they wear for everybody. And it's spirit.
And he has it.
He has it. It's an intangible, but not an abstraction. And he has this power of enveloping you. And as the Chinese say, when you talk with him verbally, there's always this inner chatter going on, which means that he's communicating with you. There's an avenue open upstairs. And he looks very simple, he smiles. He's not a very beautiful man, by the way. In fact, by Italian standards, he'd be ugly. But he has this quick smile, and nobody should mistake the velvet glove. Luciani is known in his own diocese as ruthless when it comes to cutting off the rotten branch, and we should have no honeyed words about that. He's ready to cut them off. So that's his chief power. And can he pull it off? Well, as a Catholic, he can, if Jesus wants it like that, if that's what Jesus wants for his church right now, if he wants a leader who can exercise that power over people. And number two, if Luciani's will adheres closely enough, he will do what the Lord finally wants. But I've always thought in a man's life there's a measure between what God wills to happen and what God is willing would happen. I don't know how Molina or Banez would put that back in the 16th century, but I think that's the case with Luciani. And there's also a case of what poor Paul VI said a year before he died, that the smoke of Satan has entered this church. We have corruption. We have cardinals who are Freemasons. Not that all Freemasons are bad. I have a whole list of Scottish uncles, Covenanters, who are all Freemasons and wear their little aprons with hammers and everything else. But as a social club, I'm speaking about something more sinister than that. A lot of people have sold out. There are amongst the cardinals those who don't believe much. And 1/3 of the clergy in Spain and Italy belong to Marxist organizations. Competent sociologists assure me that 2/3 of the clergy in Latin America do so. We know several bishops who do. And we have a big, big problem.
Well, aren't there men of manifest goodwill and of a certain intellect who believe that just as Christ baptized paganism, so Christianity can baptize Marxism? You and I believe it's ontologically impossible.
That's
but
right.
If one were to take Marxism and remove from it that that which most significantly characterizes it, you would have a kind of a dissipated concern for the working people and so
That's
on.
Right.
That could be used in highly adulterated
form.
That's true. You run into the problem that Chesterton identified when he said that do not go about as a demagogue asking a triangle to break out of the prison of its three sides.
That's right.
Otherwise, its life will come to a lamentable end, and Marxism, of course, will come. But of course, Marxism has come to a lamentable end in the Soviet Union.
It has, of course. It's
now, so why is it that the term Marxism is popular among Catholic clergy in Latin America, except insofar as it suggests an alternative to a social order that they see as malfunctioning?
That's right. Not only malfunctioning, but utterly corrupt, really, to put them. And they have a problem, and it is the present Pope's big problem, because if we face the facts, as he does now in these days, because he's getting everything put in front of him, the fact is that there is no sign at all in Western Europe or in America, North America, in America. There is no sign of a solution to the misery of millions. No real sign. In fact, if we were frank, we would say we have neither the time, it's too late, or the money, we're very poor today, or the will. The effort it would require. Now, the Church itself, the Vatican, and one must respect confidentiality in this matter. I suppose, conservatively speaking, the Vatican has a portfolio investment of about 32 billion. Its collateral is over 1 trillion. It has certainly the biggest real estate operation. There's no doubt about that. International real estate operation. And it has it has a huge intelligence operation. If you want to know, literally, the gypsum production in Upper Silesia, if they produce it there, the Vatican knew it on August 25. It has a tremendous power, and its prestige is huge. It has 93 of its own ambassadors out there in 93 countries. It has ambassadors from over 101. It has huge power. Now, it's embedded in the West. Western democracy, Western capitalism. What is Luciani to do? What's Gianpaolo, as the Italians call him, to do? Is he to impoverish the church and distribute it all? It has been calculated that if you did that this year on January 1, next year it would be just as bad. It wouldn't relieve the misery. Therefore, is he to pull it right up and turn around and go the third world way and say we reject the West, as Paul VI was doing, and we will allow Catholics to vote the communist vote at the polls and give them that edge they need in France and the edge they need in Italy and in Spain and Portugal and Mexico and the other countries? What is he to do? Every pope since Leo XIII, and by the way, he was the first man to call for a living wage, people forget that, you know, has spoken about this, said the haves are diminishing, the have-nots are increasing, and it is the seedbed for communism. You must do something about it. So they've spoken and spoken and spoken. Nothing has happened. It's only got worse. Now, so Gianpaolo has to do something on the international plane, and it must be something new, and it must galvanize. Because I'm a Westerner, as you know, and I'm a European. I'm an American. Every part of me comes from the West. And yet I know there's nothing new in the West. Perhaps in dance in America there is. Even there, one could doubt. But there's nothing new in technology except the technology to kill. We're going to we have nothing new coming out.
What's new in the West is the virtual disappearance of poverty.
Yes, that's right.
It's extremely important datum.
It is. But it's not going to help us as regards the third world.
It is if we can export the techniques and the ethos.
Do you think, do you think we can?
Well, certainly not by encouraging the economic heresy of Marxism.
That's right. That's right. So what is he to do? John Paul has this difficulty. Can he take up Benelli and Wyszynski say, we must turn it back towards Europe again? This is the heartland. Start here and build out to the world outside and form a new ethos. That's his biggest problem, and that's, I think, the problem of Catholics today. We also have this problem as Catholics, I think. At least I have, and I think any thinking Catholic has, and the men around Luciani has this problem. Look, most practicing Episcopalians I know are willing to say, all right, this is the body and blood of Jesus. I don't understand it, neither do you. And surely, yes, the Pope in Rome has an importance beyond all other bishops. We could cavil about what orders he gives, etc. And in the Greek Orthodox, it's the same. The Greek Orthodox Church is the same thing. There's a tremendous amount of welling goodwill out there. In fact, they feel excluded by it. What are we going to do about that? Because ecumenism has gone down the road of the World Council of Churches with Mr. Potter buying arms for the Marxist rebels in Angola and Rhodesia. It has nothing to do with religion at all. What are we to do about that? Can Giampaolo again illumine something and light them up, like John the 23rd did, and then died too fast for human calculation anyway? Or are we going to, I don't know, it depends on him. Do you know of any institution today with the wealth and the prestige and the possible sources of spirit that could galvanize something, really?
Well, you ask an extremely interesting question. In order to galvanize the spirit, is it necessary to make huge and revolutionary economic strides? You speak as though it were.
Well, otherwise, what are we if we don't? What's going to happen in Latin America, where they are hungry, and where their lifespan is 45, 50, and where they have no hope for a better future at all? They really haven't. In Brazil, Peru, Chile, Argentina, Bolivia, Colombia.
Well, I know what some people would say right away. You begin by doing is controlling population.
Yes, that comes up against another difficulty, the classical difficulty of humane vitae and the contraceptive.
Yes.
And John Paul is going to stand firm on traditional Catholic teaching there. And he will say essentially what the Third World said. I think it was at Belgrade, they had that conference on hunger, wasn't it? Where they said, no, you're trying to kill us off with your limitation of population. You're greedy, give us some of your money, give us some of your know-how. But if we don't make those huge economic strides, can you see Latin America holding together under anything but a series of strong-arm dictators whom we'd have to back?
Well, they are anyway.
That's right. How long will it hold?
Well, there are two parliamentary democracies in Latin America, in South America, and it is by no means predictable that they will continue to be democracies, and at least one of them is totally corrupt.
Mm-hmm.
Now, so I asked the question: is the papacy of the incumbent going to be judged by his success or lack of it in announcing, I use your terminology, something that's brand new, which will bring in its train a significant relief from the kind of poverty that
yes.
oppresses them? I don't think such a thing exists to begin with.
I don't think
unless
so.
You're going to bring in the loaves and the fishes, I don't think it actually exists.
I don't think it exists.
Except through capital things like capital formation, which are not new.
Which are not
which
new.
have extirpated or all but extirpated poverty in the West.
That's right. I don't think it's John Paul's function to, again, play economics and play the necessary politics that goes with such economic activity. I think it's a long, long time since the world has known spirit moving on the religious plane and the ethical plane and affecting those who are working in politics and economics. And I think that's the demand being made on him, that he give new inspiration to it. I think we haven't seen it for a long time.
Is new inspiration an ethos or is it a perspective?
It's a perspective, but it's also this intangible force of personality, not as his individual personality, but this office, that he can have that effect of this intangible thing called spirit. It sounds fuzzy, but it's real. A leader who can have that power of spirit. I don't think Paul VI did that. I think he was an inner-directed man, very affectionate and of unswerving loyalty and automatic compassion, but he had no power to radiate. He couldn't radiate the certainty of his own faith to the crowd, nor inspire those that came to him, or start movements that were based on that. I think John Paul is supposed to do that. Otherwise, I think his papacy, otherwise a success, would be a failure, according to those who elected him.
What pope of recent history had those powers?
John the 23rd had. He could galvanize people who didn't share his faith, but did share his humanity, and who were touched by his compassion, and were touched by this man's spirit. John was untutored, and he died before he had even started, really. He started in 1962, and he died in June 1, 1963. In that short time, he started something new. He opened people's eyes, and he attracted attention. He could start them doing something. After that, it was taken over and molded by Paul VI and his administration in a very rationalized and politicized way. I think it's a long time, Mr. Buckley, since we saw somebody acting like that, a leader, really moving people's spirit, because I say it as a believer, there is this powerful thing called spirit, which the only thing which the Russians fear, really, because they know that they can't kill it. And if that can be once communicated, and the Pope today, Luciani or John, is fighting against the middle-level bureaucracy of the Vatican, which has as his law self-perpetuation, and he's got to take all that and cleanse it and vivify it, and then he's got to start something through his cardinals and bishops, and that's spirit. Now, the will of the conclave was that was his mandate, and presumably that is the will of the Lord Jesus, communicated to them in the normal way, not by tapping their shoulder or by dreams, but by the way that the Lord directs these men, whom finally he brings to the brink of authority, with nothing above them but the good God himself, to choose a pope. So I presume that is the successor failure of John Paul will be on that. He will forbid contraception and divorce and abortion, but I don't think those are main issues.
Well, it's interesting that when you cataloged the list of dogmatical reaffirmations that you anticipate, so many of them touched on sex.
Well, because, yes, why?
Yes. A, why, and B, is this really so desirable an emphasis?
Yeah, that opens a big perspective. And first of all, the reason that I reaffirmed them was that practically everybody who has commented prior to the election and then after his election on Luciani, the comment was always directed to those on those issues. And basically, do you know what I think happened is this, that Paul VI, in his drive, Paul drove very hard at his doctrine. I think he drove very hard in his papal policy. I think he touched on some human twist in this cosmos, because all the forces that came against him, all the things he wrestled with, belong to sexuality, belong to genetics, abortion, contraception, divorce, and to basic things like priesthood and femininity versus masculinity, the male versus the female, were basic things. And there was no sex part of it in our Hollywood sense of the word. It was really the basic forces, and he had to reaffirm the devil again, the existence of a personal it, the devil, and his own infallibility. So I think it is the nature of the age that pushed these things up. Now, personally, I think that any good pastor would realign his values and say, these are not the important things. They're important, but they're not the important things. The important thing is love and compassion and wisdom and understanding and unity and a lack of vengeance. Charity. And I think his message, his first quiet, private message to Lefebvre was marvelous. We all belong to the same house. Let's talk. And apparently, to one of the bickering Germans, he has already said, look, stop the bickering. You have wisdom and we want it. But don't endeavor to drive a hole in my wall.
You're talking about Giampaolo?
Yeah, Giampaolo said this to one of the German progressives. So I think he'll try and quieten them all and say, shh, we have something else facing us all, which is far worse than anything you people fear. So I agree with you. The emphasis is wrong on those things, but that's the way it hit Paul. He was caught in that vortex.
Is it your opinion that a part of the covenant that you began by describing between the Pope and those who elected him, the Pope, was the reaffirmation of Humana Vitae, or are you simply relying on his having expressed his loyalty to it?
No, it's part of his mandate that he would reaffirm that Humana Vitae, and everything Paul did reaffirm along that line. When Paul had set up a commission to study contraception, as you know, there was a majority report which recommended not abolishing the rule against contraception.
Relaxation of it, yeah.
Yes, and mitigation of further search in this matter. And at that time, Cardinal Sunens, who later has been acting very naughtily, if I could say that with great respect, he's been very naughty about things, Cardinal Sunens of Belgium. He ordained me, actually, so I know him very well. But they did say, look, abortion and contraception are going to fade out as problems, because the time will come when you'll have to get permission to be conceived. And even when you have permission to be conceived, your father and mother would have to do something special in order to conceive, whereas now you've got to do something special in order not to conceive. It's a different technological approach to it. But he didn't come out and say we should permit contraception. It's been reported in the paper. He never said that. He spoke for some mitigation and further examination of what conception meant.
You're talking about during the days before Humana Vitae?
That's right, before Paul made his own decision. So, no, as he did it as part of his mandate, he's supposed to reaffirm all those things and bring back, reaffirm what Paul did, but stop straddling the fence that Paul straddled. So that's part of his mandate. But I think he's going to get off that. He's not going to remain on that. And nobody's going to be condemned because they infringe those things.
Well, what about the manifest desire on the part of so many Catholics, many of them are informed, for a reinterpretation of Humana Vitae as indispensable not only to re-securing the loyalty of many Catholics who now consider themselves in a perpetual state of sin. But also as an alternative to the abortions to which people are, we know from the statistics, turning in the absence of it. Is this going to be a felt pressure, or is it res judicata and that's it?
It's res judicata. It's not going to be a felt pressure. Look, the doctrine of the Catholic Church is going to stay. It's a hard doctrine. It's a very difficult doctrine. But it does go against one or two impulses we all take for granted today, that I have a right to sexual pleasure without any responsibility. It's taken for granted today. So why interfere with me with your laws, with your contraceptive laws? And it's taken for granted that a woman has a right to her body, which nobody denies, but she hasn't got the right to the body of a baby, or as they call it, a fetus, which is a more impersonal way of speaking about the baby you're going to cut out. But the law is very hard. The law of Christianity and the law of Jesus, which says that you don't need sexual pleasure by itself. You don't need it. And if circumstances are such that you can't have it without committing sin, then you can't have it. Just as I cannot have a Cadillac without stealing the money, because I couldn't afford a Cadillac, without stealing the money for it. You just can't have it. And as one of the few things I've admired that President Carter said, life is sometimes very unfair. One would wish for other drops of wisdom from that source, but and I say that with great
that about does it.
That's about, well, God help us and save us. But it's a very hard law.
Do you understand Christian doctrine to say that you can't eat unless there is nourishment?
Well, you know, nobody's really going to cavil over an extra anchovy. I don't like the things myself, or that third drink which I don't need. If that third drink, though, did push my cirrhosis, or make me strike my wife, or make my judgment go awry so I can't drive, yes, Christianity says stop drinking. It does.
Well, it defines a thing called gluttony.
Yeah.
But gluttony, I should think, in sex would be something on the order of satyriasis.
Yes.
But somewhere between abstinence and satyriasis is really the philosophical question, isn't it?
That's right. It's a very difficult. I've always felt and I think the church feel, at least I have always felt with the general tradition in the church, that nowadays we have isolated sexuality from love. Very few of us are incapable of love, really loving another human being fully, but we all feel capable of sexuality, or sex as we call it. And we have instilled in us from everything around us that we have a right to this. The church says, no, you haven't got a right to it, in that sense that you must be able to break the law in order to have it. You have a right to it if everything is right. And outside that, no, you haven't. It's a hard law. And I was talking with a friend of mine, a lady who was an Episcopalian. She's quite advanced in years. She's over 85. But she was telling me, look, when I saw all those cardinals, all those men, those hoary old men, and not one woman amongst them, I felt excluded. Why doesn't your church have a female cardinal? And I had to say to her, look, it's a hard doctrine. It's a hard doctrine, but it's not born of human wisdom. And there is a craze today, there is a persuasion today that everything must be democratic, and that women must be able to do everything with men, the same as men must be equal to men, although it beats me why any woman would want to be equal to a man, I being a man. They being far stronger and being of eternity. Whereas we touch on human things and we make them, we men. But the doctrine is very hard, and Luciani and his church will keep on saying that, not emphasizing it, but they're going to keep on saying it. The world will not accept it, and as you know, we're diminishing in our effective numbers, and we'll go on diminishing. And we're in autumn, at the head of a very long winter. But
who knows?
Who knows?
Mr. Jeff Greenfield is a freelance journalist and author. Mr. Greenfield.
Thank you. I want to get as clear as I can and you can as to what this mission that you were describing, this challenge to the new Pope, is in the specific area of human suffering and misery. It seemed for a moment as though Mr. Buckley were going to suggest that Luciani join up with the Chamber of Commerce and bring, relief smaller capital gains taxes to the third world.
I think that would improve things.
I'm sure you do. What you seem to be saying is something different. At one point, you are very highly critical of those members of the church who truck with the communists and the Marxists. Sure. On the other hand, it seems to me that you would disagree with Mr. Buckley when he wrote recently that he did not want the church swinging toward a kind of redistributive philosophy as a substitute for spiritualism. It seems to me you are saying that absent communism and Marxism tinging what the church does, you do think that its principal earthly mission in the years ahead is, if not redistributive, then to somehow address itself to the question of earthly human suffering, poverty, degradation, misery.
Yes.
Am I reading this correctly?
Well, or sort of halfway. Yes, sort of.
Well, that's the best I can do.
No, it's doing fine, and probably I have left confusion. Let me clear it up. I think the basic difficulty in expressing this is the difficulty I've expressed to Mr. Buckley, that we, I think, in our generation, and we older people and you younger people, none of us, I think, in our generation, or rarely anyway, have we seen men of spirit acting in public life.
Okay.
And I say that about my church as about every church and every temple I know, and most religions I know, but confine yourself to Christianity. Now, it's not that John Paul I would get his experts to draw up a list of propositions that would be, in fact, be redistributive in nature, affecting the economy and finance and industry and trade. No. It's a far more subtle thing because it's of spirit. He must in some way affect the men who have the power to do something about the misery of millions.
But excuse me, but doesn't it come down to the same thing? And this is where I'm puzzled. Mm-hmm. I mean, I can understand your notion of your attitude toward those members of the church who are actively supporting Marxists or communist insurrectionaries. On the other hand, if one looks at a Nicaraguan situation where a single family owns, I don't know what the Somoza family owns, but it's a rather small fraction and therefore large. 2/3?
A third.
A third, right, of the total wealth.
Exercise some moderation.
Gives a lot to charity, and he's great with kids. But if, in fact, the consequence of that regime is that a great many people go hungry or in misery, then however you define the mission of the Pope, what it comes down to is either a series of platitudes, seems to me, either a series of homilies without practical impact, or a condition in which there will be a redistributive philosophy at work, specifically in a nation such as Nicaragua.
Well,
you see what I'm trying to bridge
I see it
notion.
all right, and it's very difficult to put it into words. What he must not do is speak economics, or any bishop, or any priest. Sometimes, but for their calling cards and their collars, you wouldn't know whether it was a priest or an economist.
May he speak to the proposition that no person ought to go without bread and clothing?
That's right. More than that, yes.
Well,
but he doesn't start applying that by speaking about the government. He doesn't start fixing a living wage. He doesn't criticize existing, by name, existing agencies, call them by name. No, he mustn't play politics.
Right.
What they must do, what he and his bishops and priests must do, is so act upon spirit that the people go out, the ordinary lay people go out and do that.
Right. Now, can he speak by name to the issue of communism?
Certainly.
Okay, because it is a philosophy that, in your view, denies the place of the Spirit. Well, if he sees a nation which, though not communistic, has a social structure which denies these basic spiritual impulses, why ought he not to speak to that specifically?
Well, you see, it's one thing to have an organized ideology which is professedly setting out to extirpate religion. Professedly. That is its profession. That's one thing. It's another thing to have a government or an administration which is full of very sinful men. Attack their sins, by name, their sins. But don't start talking about their political structure, because their political structure in itself is not evil, is not anti-God, is not ideologically slanted directly against you. And you can do a lot of damage to them, to their consciences, in the good sense of the word damage, if you do that effectively. But the Church hasn't done that.
Just to pursue this one step further, because as an outsider, it's sometimes difficult to get the handle on how the logic progresses. But if, in fact, and as Mr. Buckley likes to instruct me, one does not quarrel with an assumption, if, in fact, one concludes that the only way to bring about this spiritual regeneration, which includes an attack on earthly suffering, is to dismantle that particular social system, then is there not a moral imperative to speak to that as strongly as there would be to speak to a kind of ideology such as communism, which is in your view, anti-God?
If I meet a cleric, a priest, or a bishop, and I've met them, by the way, and only one cardinal, but there are many cardinals, who not only have come to the conclusion that they should dismantle, say, Nicaragua or Chile or the Argentine, but who actually are training guerrillas to do so by what they call justifiable counter-violence. I know he's acting outside his priestly mandate.
Well, one wasn't speaking to that, but there are some who believe that, for instance, nonviolent resistance is a profoundly spiritual movement, or at least can be under the right circumstances, no?
There are, yes, that although so much of this nonviolent resistance becomes so violent.
But sometimes it
Gandhi was followed by millions of bodies, you know. He really was.
And Martin Luther King wasn't.
Well, that's something else. I think it turned out to be quite violent. It's awfully hard to have nonviolent resistance without some violence.
I think that was a remarkable, well, okay.
It was a remarkable achievement. I'm not running that down.
And it dismantled the whole social structure of sorts, or at least helped.
Yeah, well, to make that judgment, to dismantle a social structure which is not anti-God, anti-religion, to make that judgment, we must dismantle it. I don't think that's the function of any...
Can I ask Mr. Buckley a question? I'm shifting ground here, and it has to do with the use of, with the whole question of the vernacular and the abolition of Latin in the Mass, because I want to, and Mr. Martin also, this is to you, but I'd like to start with Mr. Buckley. Is it the fact, do you think part of the reason why it was a mistake, let's say, is that the very fact that one is dealing in a language that one is unfamiliar with helps add a sense of majesty and mystery to the proceedings? In other words, in the way that, for instance, an Orthodox Jewish ceremony, which is done wholly in Hebrew, sounds to this apostate Jew much more solemn than a Reformed Jewish ceremony, which sometimes sounds like a country club gathering. Is that the mechanism? Is that what's at work there, do you think?
I think it's partly at work, yes. I think that the use of the word mystery applied to religion has an affinity for other forms that are mysterious. I don't believe that things ought to be intentionally inscrutable. It would be preposterous, for instance, to have a language used in a liturgy, the meaning of which was not communicated. And that, of course, never happened in the church. But the notion that the vernacular would actually increase the fervor of the participation strikes me as one of those sociological assumptions that turned out not to be proved.
But was that the basis of your objection?
Well, that was a basis. The other was what I thought to be the hubristic approach to tradition, which I thought was defied by the massiveness with which that change was brought about, and the impatience with any dissent whatever, unless it came in the form of 14-year-olds creating disharmonies on banjos.
That's right. And by the way, let's also add in that Paul VI and his administration, in abolishing the Latin, violated a decree of the Council on the 8th of December 1965, forbidding Latin to be abolished. That's serious.
Now,
that's very serious on Paul's part.
What do you think was behind that? This is something different, it seems to me,
from his... We have 30 seconds.
From his third world accommodation. Why do you think that particular issue was so, firmly struck by Paul?
Well, one of his motives, there were various motives, we haven't got the time in 20 seconds to cover it. One of his motives was that Paul was convinced the church was going to break up into localities. And the only way to really assure its continuity would be that if each locality was more or less able to carry on in its own language.
Thank you very much, Dr. Malachi Martin, author of The Final Conclave. Mr. Jeff Greenfield, ladies and gentlemen.
For a printed, bound transcript of this program, send $1 to Firing Line, Post Office Box 5966, Columbia, South Carolina 29250. Indicate the subject of the program and please allow 3 weeks for delivery. This program was produced by SICA, which is solely responsible for its content. Funding was provided by this station and by other public television stations. Funding for Firing Line is provided by this station and by other public television stations.
Last December, Pope John Paul II repudiated the teachings of Father Hans Küng, a Swiss theologian of great prestige who teaches at the University of Tübingen in Germany. The practical effect on Father Küng is barely noticeable. He continues to teach theology, but the State University, under the terms of its concordat, cannot designate him as a Catholic, quote-unquote, theologian. The symbolic effect of the repudiation of Küng, along with that of Schillebeeckx in Holland, is enormous. It suggests a reorientation under the present Pope of the Vatican's attitude towards orthodoxy. If Küng was not teaching Catholic theology in 1979, why was he tolerated in 1977 or 1967 for that matter? The Catholic world is divided on the question of the Pope's theological assertiveness, as we shall see. Michael Davies is a British writer, a convert to Catholicism at age 21, who has written a half-dozen books on Christian and Catholic thought, including most recently an apologia pro Marcel Lefebvre, a defense, if that is exactly the word for it, of the controversial archbishop who defied Pope Paul VI by presiding over a seminary which clung to the Tridentine Mass, displaced by Vatican II. Mr. Davies is a graduate of St. Mary's College in London and served in the British Army. His first book was Cranmer's Godly Order, and his upcoming book is called Pope Paul's New Mass. Father Joseph Champlin works at the Chancery at Syracuse, New York. He graduated from Phillips Academy at Andover, studied at Yale and Notre Dame, and was ordained after completing studies at St. Andrew's and St. Bernard's seminaries. He's written a dozen books. He writes a syndicated column, does a daily broadcast, and has served on the Bishop's Committee on the Liturgy and lectured on the liturgy at the Princeton Theological School. Our examiner, Dr. Malachi Martin, will be introduced in due course. I'd like to begin by asking Mr. Davies whether the action of Pope Paul John is an implied rebuke to the inaction of Pope Paul.
Well, I suppose it is an implied rebuke because there are many demands that Pope Paul VI should condemn Hans Küng. In fact, the book I wrote before this one, it's one about the priesthood called The Order of Melchizedek. I had a chapter on Hans Küng showing that his theology is completely incompatible with Catholicism, documenting it all from his own books. And I said it was quite scandalous that he should be allowed to continue as an accredited teacher of Catholic theology while Archbishop Lefebvre was suspended. I'm very glad that situation has been put right now. Obviously what I'm hoping now is that the suspension will be lifted from Archbishop Lefebvre and everything will be back to normal.
Well, is it your judgment that that Pope Paul John is bringing the theological house back to order, or is in your judgment, is he up to something that's actually new?
Well, I think Pope, it's John Paul, by the way, Pope John Paul. His theology is virtually identical with Archbishop Lefebvre's. When he was over here last fall, you call it, don't you, in the autumn, as we'd say, he took up every controversial issue within the American church, such as the ordination of women, contraception, abortion, every controversial issue there is, and he came out with a traditional answer on it. In the spring of last year, he came out with a book on the priesthood, which I was very pleased to see. It was all the theology in it was practically identical with the book which I'd written on the priesthood myself. He's now come out with a new letter on the Holy Eucharist, in which he reaffirms all the traditional Catholic teaching that the Mass is a sacrifice, our Lord is truly present, that the priest acts in what we call in persona Christi, in the person of Christ. He condemns practices which are pretty common in America, such as not wearing the proper vestments for Mass, using unauthorized readings. He comes out very strongly in favor of that only the priest should distribute Holy Communion, that extraordinary ministers of communion should only be used in the very rarely if it's needed, and also a practice that's quite common in America, which they call Eucharistic hospitality, allowing non-Catholics to receive communion. He said that the norms, the Vatican has norms for that, they should be adhered to rigidly. So, and I think most traditionalists are very encouraged by that. But where we would have our problem is traditionalists like myself, our conflict with the Vatican is over matters like the form of the Mass.
Well, let's save that for a moment. I'd like to ask Father Chaplain whether the recitation you've just heard
kind of lengthy
is one with which you are at odds, and do you think that the silencing of Kung is a word that's used, but it's used incorrectly because he's not silent, but the disciplinary measures taken there are justified objectively?
I think I really want to pass on that. I'd like to go back to what my friend had to say, because he kind of took a whole bunch of things in it, lumped them together, like Eucharistic ministers were really being reproved by the Holy Father or emphasizing the priest role. I think there were so many things brought together that it's more than I'd like to say. My first point I would like to pick up from what he said, it seemed to me that the Holy Father is dealing today with a situation, and you can't compare what he's doing today with what was done 2 years ago or 3 years ago and saying, Pope Paul should have done that then because he's doing it now. I think they're different historical contexts, you know. Now, you said, is it justified or not?
Well, are you saying something more interesting than that 1980 is different from 1977?
Of course.
What?
Oh, I think that that's historical context. Just as the church was moving on age in the 70s, there's always kind of an ebb and flow of culture and history between, say, an era of transcendence, maybe excessive era, atmosphere of the sacred, and needing to have a liturgy that's more involving the people. At the same time, we go the other extreme of it becoming too much of a popular kind of liturgy, as Man in Commonweal just wrote the other day. We've lost the sense of the transcendence. I think history has ebbs and flows, and I don't think you can judge a decision now from a decision 4 or 5 years ago. As far as a decision, I think the Holy Father is clearly just saying you can't say he's a Catholic theologian.
Yeah. Right. Now, do I understand you to say that
kind of a fuzzy
this is a cultural perception rather than an analytical perception? Because what I'm trying to understand is why this was a discovery made in 1979 about writings that are 20 years old, some of them. Or is that just bureaucratic sloth?
I don't think I have a good response to that. I guess I'd like to go back to the question of the Archbishop. You could say the same thing as I read your book, which I really found very interesting. Until I was asked to be on the program, I didn't have those details, and I found your book very interesting. But what I found very interesting was how the Holy Father was very patient, took a great deal of time before he finally made a decision with the Archbishop and brought it public. He tried to have a healing. I think the same thing could be applied to the matter of Hans Kung and
well, with Archbishop Lefebvre, the Pope had certain difficulties, surely, because after all, Archbishop Lefebvre was doing exactly the same thing that was done obligatorily for some 500 years, whereas Kung was going off in a direction that was clearly opposite the acknowledged deposit of the faith, wasn't it?
Well, I think it would be hard to pin that much down, but the Archbishop was going very strongly against the express direction of the Holy Father, done first quietly, but then publicly, where he was said not to do this, and he clearly went against the Holy Father.
Yeah, but that was a disciplinary matter. But going against the Holy Father as a matter of discipline is one thing. Preaching heresy is something else. Now, nobody's gotten around, have they, to saying that the Tridentine Mass is heretical?
No, the Archbishop's never been criticized for any of his doctrine. And as you say, I would agree with you that the situation hasn't changed. Kung's, for instance, his book on infallibility, Kung is an honest man, and he comes out with what he says, and he's straightforward in a straightforward manner, rejects the doctrine of papal infallibility. In his book, Why Priests? He says that the priesthood wasn't instituted by Christ, that there's no sacred character imprinted at the priesthood. The priest has no powers which ordinary people don't have, that in an emergency a layman or laywoman could preside at the Eucharist. All this is straightforward contradiction of infallible papal teaching. And as you say, he wrote these books years ago. I think the difficulty with Pope Paul VI was he wasn't really willing to go against the spirit of the times. He started off this reform of Vatican II with great hopes. It was supposed to bring about a great renewal, for instance, a great renewal in the liturgy, and it's ended up with chaos. There was to be a renewal in religious life. And the United States, you've had 50,000 nuns have left their convents, which is a funny sort of renewal. You've had 10,000 priests have been laicized. His policy with the communist world, his Ostpolitik, that turned out to be a disaster. And it's very hard for a person in authority to face up to the fact publicly that everything he's been doing has turned out to be a disaster. And of course, I think Kung was a symbol of what tradition is called the conciliar church, the Church of Vatican II, much admired by Protestants. As you know, his condemnation has evoked fury from liberal Catholics and from Protestants. Even the Church Times, a very conservative Anglican newspaper, they compare the Pope to the Ayatollah of the West, and they question whether there's any future in the ecumenical movement anymore.
What is your comment on that, Father?
I think the problem I have is we're getting a lot of things kind of simply thrown out. That the reason why 15,000 nuns have left and priests have left, or because of the changes of Vatican II, or because of the new liturgy, or the Holy Father has, the Pope John Paul II is kind of reversing the trend. I think that's very simplistic. I mean, it's very difficult to explain why so many priests have left. My classmates, you know, why 1/3 of my class has left the ministry after 25 years, or sisters. Well, I mean, we've been through a cultural explosion in 10, 15 years. Have all different value systems. We've got future shock, a whole change of approach. And to say because we have a vernacular liturgy or mass facing the people or more participation, that's the cause for that, the changes of Vatican II. I think the changes in the world happened before and during and after Vatican II, and to say it's because of liturgical changes we've had the lack of renewal in the church, I think that's a simplistic answer.
Well, it may be simplistic. You may reject a causative explanation. On the other hand, certainly that which was held forward as primarily justifying Vatican II didn't happen.
Well,
it was to be a great unifying, spiritualizing experience. And in fact, it caused widespread disaffection.
Well, the council caused widespread disaffection.
Well, no, I should say was followed by. We've got this post hoc propter hoc
again,
problem. But
I don't think you can say that. The council basically called for a spiritual renewal, and also an attempt to make the church adapted to the shifting conditions of the time.
Well, why don't we be very concrete? I am a practicing Roman Catholic who finds attendance at the new Mass an aesthetic ordeal. And so, quite apart from the Vietnam War or Hugh Hefner or anything else, I find the attendance at Mass less satisfying than it used to be, in part because I find what's going on in the altar expressing a kind of fascistic concern for me. They won't let me alone for 3 minutes. I got to stand up when I was sitting down. I got to sit down when I was standing up. I got to embrace people. I got to listen to children who don't know how to keep a tune twanging away at guitars. All that kind of stuff I find distracting. I'm just one person reporting one individual's reaction. How do you cope with that?
So you like the old liturgy because the I was able to pray and you weren't kind of impinged by a priest or other people. That kind of notion? The old liturgy gave you a sense of prayerfulness?
It gave me a sense that the priest was there as a mediator between me and God, whereas it seems to me that the existing approach tends to be sort of crowd-oriented.
I think that's the key thing right there. I think it's the key thing that has tried to happen as a result of Vatican II. I think it's the key tension, and I think it's the key balance that has to be preserved. That the Vatican, before Vatican II, when I was ordained in '56, the Mass was very much of a mystery. I was a priest with my back to the people in Latin. There was silence in the congregation, except when the altar boy dropped the cruet on the marble and it broke, and he uttered a little word that was echoed throughout the church. It began with us, and everybody laughed. That's the only participation we had, all right? We had an eye kind of worship. We had an angry celebrant. We had an eye worship, all right? The council then, going back to the best traditions of the early church, said it's both I and we together. It's a vertical worship, yes, but it's also horizontal worship. Now, going from an I kind of worship, which you liked, where no one sort of impinged upon your worship and the priest was a mediator, but where these people were sort of not really clearly related to you in that worship.
Yeah.
To go from there to that.
Yeah, to the communitarian approach.
All right.
But after all, I don't remember that anyone then or even today discourages attending Mass even if you're the sole person in the church. That is to say, one isn't supposed to need a congregation in order fully to participate in the Mass, does one?
No, but the church be very clear that the preferred way is that it's communal, to bring out both dimensions.
Well, how do they find that out? Mr. Davis, how do they find that out? I know that you studied in this book and elsewhere the constitution of the liturgy. Is there anything in the liturgy, for instance, that tells the priest to face the people?
No, that's a point I'd like to bring up. Father says I've been bringing too many things up at one time, so I'd just like to perhaps bring one point for him to comment on. Now, Father is talking here as if the way Mass is celebrated in churches in America today has got something to do with Vatican II, but it's got absolutely nothing to do with the liturgy constitution whatsoever. There's a very well-known priest, you must have heard of Father Louis Bouillet, haven't you? Yes. Well, he wrote a book just after Vatican II called The Liturgy Revived, saying this was the culmination of the whole liturgical movement, what a great renewal and revival was going to come. A few years later, he wrote a book called The Decomposition of Catholicism, in which he said the reform as we now have it is a betrayal of Vatican II and the whole liturgical movement. Now, to come to the specific example I'd like Father to comment on, he said we're going back to the sound practices of the early church, such as Mass facing the people. Well, Mass has never been celebrated facing the people at any time at all in the history of the church under the Protestant Reformation. So this isn't and it wasn't mentioned, there's not one word about it anywhere in Vatican II. There's no suggestion that Mass should be celebrated facing the people. It was just some priest probably thought that this is a sort of trendy idea to do. All the others started copying them. Then you hear all this talk about the great church of the poor, and they must have spent over the world thousands of millions of dollars smashing up beautiful altars.
Let's go back to the question of facing the people, all right? Because now we're getting into the church of the poor, changing around.
Yes.
Okay. So, even before Vatican II, there was always, the rubrics are very clear. The celebrant could face the walls of tradition, but it said if the priest faces versus populum, this is what he does. So it was always a possibility. And very interesting film strip that we always use with our parents and so on to give them the sense of the history of the liturgy, published by Alpha. Pretty clear documentation in those early days, even if we look at the basilicas. You look at St. Peter's, those other churches. Where is the position of the celebrant? The bishop is in the apse facing the people. The altar's facing the people. St. Peter's is facing the people. Pretty rich tradition.
No, sorry, Father, but you're very confused there. You see, Mass has always been celebrated facing the east in the churches in the Oriental churches and in the Western churches. There are a few basilicas like St. Peter's in Rome where the apse happens to be at the west end, so the altar was positioned so that the priests could celebrate Mass facing the east. During the more important parts
St. Paul's outside the walls,
yes,
too?
Yes, there was just a few Roman basilicas. During the essential parts of the Mass, the congregation would be on the aisle at each side facing the east. They wouldn't be facing the priest, so the whole congregation would be facing the east. And all the historical, archaeological evidence, there's a Professor Cyril Vogel in a magazine called L'Église de l'Orient. L'Église Syrienne, I think. It was about the Syrian church, and he's gone into this in very great detail. Louis Boyer has written a book on it, and it's absolutely incontrovertible that never at any time in the history of the Church has Mass been celebrated facing the people till you came to the Protestant Reformation, and the eastward orientation, that denoted sacrifice. And they said a table is to have a meal upon. They made a table and replaced the eastward position with a position facing the congregation.
Well, so are you agreed to let it go at that?
I'm happy.
Well, let's pursue the question of whether there is a dilution implicit in the new form of the Mass over against the Tridentine Mass. As you know, the Protestants have been arguing very heatedly on the various revisions of the King James Bible, with one segment insisting that there is a theological dilution. Do you believe that there is in the new order?
I don't think so. Let's go back to one of the earlier things that Mr. Davies mentioned about the dilution of the sacrifice notion and the priesthood and so on. When the new missal of the Vatican II document, or the new missal of Paul VI came out, this was one of the criticisms. In the introduction to the ritual, or the introduction to the general instruction of the missal, very clear notion of how the sacrifice of the Mass is present in the new order of Mass, how the priesthood is very clearly there, how the priesthood of the layperson, different in essence from the priesthood of the ordained person, is still present there. The whole notion, the sense of the sacred, is in fact present. And I think the kind of sense that he said at the beginning, that the new Mass takes away from that, I don't think it's a dilution. I think it tries to bring that notion of the transcendent and the communitarian and bring it together. And the kind of abuses that he was talking about are abuses, but not the teaching of Vatican II. I don't see the new Mass as a dilution of what we had.
Do you have a comment on that?
Yeah, I certainly do. As Father says correctly, in the new Missal there's an introduction. There's, I think, probably most people watching wouldn't know, called the General Instruction to the New Roman Missal. Well, when it came out, first of all, you just had the New Order of Mass. You didn't have a complete Missal with all the readings. You just had a New Order of Mass, which had this General Instruction with all the articles explaining it. Some of these articles, they were just totally Protestant. For instance, they explained the nature of the Mass, Article 7. They said it's the coming together of the people under the presidency of a priest, which is there's nothing formally heretical in it, but it's totally acceptable to Protestants. Article 48 said that during the Mass, there was the Last Supper was made present. That is heretical, actually. Well, when the Missal which Father came out mentions with this foreword, that came out in 1970, and the foreword he has mentioned, the premium in Latin, as he said, it states every doctrine of the Council of Trent absolutely orthodox, in an orthodox manner, and says this is what the new Mass is intended to enshrine. But I think this foreword is the most damning indictment of the new Mass ever published. The fact that within a year of its publication, they had to put an introduction to it, saying, oh yes, well it really is Catholic after all, it really is meant to show this. It's a far more damning indictment than anything traditionalists have written about it.
I'm not 100% sure I follow that. You say it's damning to reiterate the fact that it is dogmatically...
No, the fact that the new Mass was issued in 1969, and it evoked such criticism for its doctrinal inadequacy, which if you like I'll explain why it's doctrinally inadequate in a moment, that when it was republished in 1970, they had to add an introduction
to reiterate its orthodoxy.
Yes, protesting, affirming that it really was orthodox.
Well, now, do you think, is it your position, Father, that there actually was nothing in the new order of the Mass that surrendered any historic
I think there's a change of emphasis, and when the new Mass came out, there were persons who had difficulties because they used certain terms, or they didn't have the same emphasis as the previous Mass. And that document, wherever it was published, but clearly says, here it is, it's right there.
Oh, that's in the second edition, though, Father.
Well, it simply is an explanation because it's where it is very clearly right there.
Can I say a word about why I think it's inadequate?
Sure.
Yes. Well, now, if you This book, this Liturgical Revolution trilogy I wrote, I was just intending to write one short thing about the new Mass, and I thought I was doing a chapter about Cranmer's reform, and it was so interesting, so parallel, that in the end I ended up writing a whole book on that, so I'm pretty well up on that. And it is incredible the extent to which all the prayers and ceremonies which were removed from the Mass by the Protestants have been removed from the new one. For example, in the offertory was full of prayers mentioning sacrifice. There's one called Suscipe Sancte Pater, in which the priest says that he is there as the unworthy servant of God, offering a sacrifice for himself and for all here present. There's another one Father would be familiar with, the Placet Tibi, which came after the priest's communion. And virtually every mandatory prayer mentioning the Mass as a sacrifice has been removed. There's nothing contrary to Catholic doctrine in the new Mass, but there was nothing contrary to Catholic doctrine in Cranmer's communion services. It's 1549 and 1552. And as a result of these changes, some Protestant sects now allow their members to take part in the Catholic Mass, and some are even willing to use it, which could never have happened with the Tridentine Mass.
What was it in the Tridentine Mass that would have offended a Protestant?
Well, the numerous specific references to sacrifice, stating that the Mass was a sacrifice offered to God, a propitiatory sacrifice, which could have an effect. You offer Mass for the sins of the living and the dead, which was anathema, because we'd get into deep water if we started on this, to the Protestant notion of grace. It all goes back to the difference between Catholic and Protestant notions of grace. But from the point of view of a Protestant, offering the Mass couldn't have any effect whatsoever. It's just a service at which you go and you remember what our Lord did for us, and you're grateful, and you drink bread, so you eat bread and you drink wine in his memory. And they're completely opposed to the Catholic doctrine of sacrifice. And as I'm sure Father knows, when they concocted this new Mass, they had 6 Protestant advisors who took a very active part in the deliberations. Sorry, I'm taking up too much time, but I'll give Father a turn.
No, you're doing fine.
One of the things that annoys me is there seems to be so much dishonesty. Now, Archbishop Bunini, who was the chairman of the committee which concocted this new Mass, he was asked, did the Protestant advisors play an active part? And he put out a statement in his official magazine, Notizie. He said they were only once did they intervene, they were purely observers, and that's all. So I wrote to one of them, and he said, oh no, we played a very active part, and we were given all the documents the same as the Catholic observers. Every morning there was a discussion, a great free-for-all, in which we put forward our opinions. And that sort of thing has happened again and again.
Well, let me ask you this then, Father. Do you find that there have been significant strides in the direction of a desirable ecumenism since Vatican II?
Oh, surely, I think so. And I think you could look at things 2 different ways. You can say the new Mass obviously is bad because Protestants find it acceptable. And you can say that's a bad thing. Or you can say, is it a bad thing now that Catholics are much more biblically oriented? Is it a bad thing now that the treasures of the Scriptures are opened more richly to Catholics? Is it a bad thing now that Catholics at a wedding ceremony, almost all Catholics who are married today, would be reading 28 scriptural passages before they prepare their own marriage vows? Would that be a bad thing because Protestants were biblical people, and now that we have discovered that we were not enough biblical people as Catholics, is that a bad thing? Oh, there's not, everything Protestant isn't bad. And I think to say the new Mass is bad because Protestants like the new Mass is I don't think is a logical kind of step. So that I think the Church is saying that there's kind of a coming together, that we had the sacrifice, and that sacrifice element is still there, but we had minimized the community concept of the Mass, and the Church is trying to bring that.
Well, presumably the Protestants would prefer Catholicism if we did away with the Pope.
So are you going to do away with the Pope?
Well, I wouldn't, but I suppose some people would. Hans Kung probably would. There is a question of definition, right? The ideal of ecumenism, as I understand it, was to discover in various Christian denominations to stress that which was similar and stress less that which was dissimilar for the purpose of common action to the extent the common action, that it was relevant to have Christian impetus, impulse. Now, do you find that the steps being taken by the present Pope are an affront to the spirit of ecumenism? For instance, his actions in Germany and Holland.
Well, I think I don't think I would accept your definition of ecumenism as merely to accentuate the positive and minimize the negative. I think it's the goal of ecumenism is the goal of Jesus, that we be one. Mm-hmm. Now, in that process, first we try to discover what the other person believes. Mm-hmm. What are the truths of the other person's faith, or what do they really believe, or what do they practice? And then it's to try to find out what common elements are present there from the Spirit. I think the biblical emphasis in Protestantism is something we really needed to discover and to rediscover or reintroduce into Roman Catholic life. I think it's very clear that most Protestant churches are becoming much more ritualistic in their worship, are going back in our direction as far as ritual is concerned, that you see a fusing together. So there is a popular kind of ecumenism to emphasize the elements that we share and to minimize those that are dissimilar. I think that's also a good practical way of doing things. But there reaches a point where we have to say, this is where I am and this is where you are. And I think the Holy Father today is kind of clearly saying it's time not just to have a folksy ecumenism, but this is what it is to be Catholic. And I think we'd probably very acceptable on that. I think you're very happy with the statements he's making.
I'm very pleased with his statements, the Pope's, and I'd agree to a certain extent with Father there. Obviously, the more Catholics know about the Bible, the better. Well, actually, soon after I became a Catholic, when I came into the army, I went to a Catholic college, and then I started teaching at a Catholic school. And I was quite shocked, having been brought up as a Protestant, to find none of my pupils had Bibles. So the first thing I did was bought every pupil a Bible. But there's a difference between encouraging Catholics to have a more profound knowledge of the Bible and removing from the Mass prayers which are likely to offend Protestants. You see, the essence of all this is the truth. Is something true or is it not true? And if it's true that the Mass is a sacrifice, if it's true, Catholics believe that our Lord founded a church, which is a visible church, a hierarchical church, with the Pope teaching infallibly on matters of faith and order and morals, and that he requires everyone to belong to that church. Now, if that is so, one is doing a disservice to Protestants by minimizing the aspects of Catholic dogma that are unacceptable to them, to give them the impression that really we all believe the same thing. We've had some things, I won't go into this much, but I doubt if anyone in America has heard of them, but we have a thing called the Anglican Roman Catholic International Commission, which probably Father has heard of, where they've purport to have produced agreed statements on the ministry, the Eucharist, and papal infallibility. And what they do, they produce a statement on the Eucharist in which there's nothing to which a Protestant could object, and the same on the priesthood. Well, on that basis, Catholics could produce an agreed statement with the Unitarians on God, in which nothing to offend Unitarians would be there, but I don't think that's honest. And that's what's behind the entire position of Archbishop Lefebvre. He says, is this true or is it not true? And if it's true, he's going to adhere to it. And if it isn't true, then the Catholic Church has been wrong for 2,000 years.
I think behind this is a problem I have in two areas. It surfaced as I read the book, that explanation, as you called it, not a defense, but an explanation of Archbishop. And it comes over to the liturgy situation. Having worked for 3 years with the bishops when this was beginning to develop, the kind of Mass we have today, even the translations, which I know you have some difficulties with, that I have some difficulties with, to say, as you did at one point, that the constitutional liturgy, part of it was heretical, I think Article 7, to say this statement or that statement.
Article 48, I said was heretical.
Okay. But you also have problems with number 7.
Number 7, I said it was ambiguous.
Okay, all right. To say that that's heretical, after all the bishops together, working with the Holy Father, commission under the Holy Father's direction of scholars, not just 6 Protestant scholars, but about 70 Catholic scholars throughout the world, carefully researched, examined, and published this heretical. I have problems with that. And I think the key thing I found in that book, and this comes through the whole sense here, the idea of not accepting the Holy Father's authorities. A friend of mine said yesterday, we was talking about this, when you reject papal authority, you replace it with individual infallibility. When you reject papal authority, you replace it with personal infallibility. And that was a difficulty. Who is the judge of what's heretical in tradition? In this book, Archbishop says, I am the judge. And when we're back to my tradition, then I'll accept the Holy Father. I think that's a fatal difficulty.
Yeah, it's obviously a logical dilemma, which he attempts to explain by insisting that the purpose of fidelity was in order to guard the faith. But when behavior is not contumacious, if the inclination is spiritual, but I grant he has a very considerable difficulty, which I think you acknowledge.
No, I find this enthusiasm for papal authority, which Father is evincing here, very interesting for, shall we say, a liturgical spokesman of the American hierarchy.
No. That you dignify me. I'm not a liturgical spokesman for American hierarchy. I'm a parish priest who works with
I'll
people.
reduce you to the ranks.
That's all right, thank you. I'm better now.
You see, that is another thing which annoys traditionalists, is this complete set of double standards in the Church, one for dealing with people like us and one for dealing with people like yourself. And I'll give you an example, this question of communion under both kinds. The Vatican has a set of circumstances set down under which you're allowed to have communion under both kinds. They said that bishops can choose extra circumstances relating to their own particular country, but these are only to be for particular groups on specific occasions, never to be when there's a large number of the faithful present. And each occasion must be regulated. I've got the text here if you'd like me to read it. Your bishops introduced communion communion under both kinds. They told your people in America, we don't need to ask permission from the Vatican because the Vatican has allowed it here, which is totally untrue. So they virtually, that was a schismatic act. They took it upon themselves to introduce their own rules for America in complete disobedience to the Holy See. And your spokesman, Bishop Kelly, I think you have, has admitted that the Vatican didn't give them permission. And I've checked up on that myself, and they're very, very displeased about this in the Vatican. So you see, and again with communion in the hand. Communion in the hand was forbidden. It was tolerated. People started doing it. Your bishops didn't come down on the people who were having communion in the hand. And then it was legalized. So it would impress me much more, this talk about obedience, if it was accepted generally as a principle. But obedience is only called for if it's from people who are trying to uphold the traditional faith.
Well, let's hear from Dr. Malachi Martin. Dr. Martin was a Jesuit priest, a professor at the Pontifical Biblical Institute of Rome, a scholar of the Dead Sea Scrolls. He has a doctorate in Semitic languages, studied at Oxford in Hebrew, served under Pope John, and is an associate of Cardinal Bayer, and the author of numerous books, and he has a new book coming out in this fall called The King of Kings, on King David. Dr. Martin.
Monsignor and Michael, before we get on to some other meaty subjects, there's something which I don't think either of you focused on, namely concerning Marcel Lefebvre. You know, and I really will ask both of you to say something about it from your different points of view, if your points of view are different. The bull, I'm sure I'm going to quote it wrong, the papal bull, which justifies, quo primum, Michael, is that what it's called? Which was supposed to have perpetual validity, in virtue of which Archbishop Lefebvre continues to promote the Latin liturgy. I hesitate to call it the Tridentine liturgy, although we all do, because it's far older than the Tridentine. It goes back to Pope Damasus, really, except in a few essentials. What do you both say about that? Michael, you'd want to explain briefly, I suppose, because you probably have more near your mind. And then I'd ask Monsignor to say a word about it, because if that quo primum holds, let me put an objection to both of you, therefore. Monsignor, if that quo primum holds, Marcel Lefebvre is relying on a privilege conferred by Pius V, I think, perpetually that no pope can take away. If, on the other hand, as they say in the Latin, it hasn't been abrogated but abrogated, then Marcel Lefebvre has a difficulty. I think we should deal with that before we go on to something else, because it's the spine of the Lefebvre stance in propagating the Latin liturgy, which I love, by the way.
Well, it's not too tough, really. Well, as Dr. Martin has mentioned, I was glad he made that point, by the way. When people say the Tridentine Mass, it's somewhat a misnomer, because in all its essence, the Tridentine Mass goes back right to the time of Gregory the Great. And an argument that's frequently brought up, people say, well, if St. Pius V in 1570 could have a new Mass, why shouldn't Paul VI? But all St. Pius V did was to codify the liturgy that was then existing, that had evolved by a natural process over a period of 1,000 years. There's never been anything in the history of the Church like this where you get a committee together and say, let's make up a Mass. This hasn't been done before. But as Dr. Martin says, it was promulgated with a bull quo primum, which said that every priest would have the right to celebrate this Mass in perpetuity. But again, as he mentioned, it can be argued that this bull has been, again, it gets terribly complicated here, abrogated by the new legislation issued by Paul VI. Abrogated means been replaced by new legislation. But one doesn't really need to spend too much time on this, because there is another right, a right of immemorial custom. If a liturgy is over 200 years old, a priest has a right to celebrate it from immemorial custom, unless the Pope specifically forbids it. So it's a case of what we say in England, heads I win, tails you lose on this, because if quo primum hasn't been abrogated, we can still celebrate it because of the privilege in quo primum. But if quo primum has been abrogated, priests can still celebrate it from the right of immemorial custom.
Has it been abrogated?
Well, I'm not a canon lawyer. I wouldn't like to comment on it. There is an excellent study on this by Professor Neri Caponi, who's the professor of canon law in the University of Florence.
He says no, it has not been.
Well, he says it's an open question, but he said what I said. In any case, it's irrelevant, because the priest has the right from immemorial custom.
Yes. All right. Monsignor, do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I'd like to. You said you like the Latin Mass, right?
Remember,
fine, that's okay.
I was reared in the Latin Mass.
I just want to make it very clear that we're not talking about Latin or English Mass. We're talking about the form of the Mass. And as the Holy Father made a statement in his document on the Eucharist and Holy Thursday, that we should be more sensitive to those who would like to have Latin Masses. I'd just like to make that point. Well, but it should be in the form of the Mass approved by Paul VI.
Yes.
Paul VI is pretty clear about...
He not only said we should be... he said, actually, I'm quoting the Pope in that...
Good.
He said, it is therefore necessary to show not only understanding, but also full respect. I wish the bishops in our country did. Monsignor, I have a question for you.
I'd like to just come back to the other. The Holy Father, in his document, Introduction to the Missal, and in his correspondence with Archbishop of Lefebvre in the book, very clear that what quo primum did not lock it forever, that it was taken in a particular context, and that this replaces that. So
it is Michael, actually, I want to change my mind. I want to get to you first, if I may. I want to take the entire question of Marcel Lefebvre and his traditionalist stand, and my sympathy for that is terribly deep, I assure you. By the way, when I say I liked the Latin Mass, I meant I liked everything about it, the liturgy of the prayers, Monsignor. And I want to take the Kung incident, and to put the following question on a broad scope with you. You would admit, I think, that a validly ordained priest today, using the Pauline Mass, with the correct intention, and the apt matter of bread, wine, according to the laws of the Church, says a valid Mass, and consecrates and really does represent the sacrifice of Jesus on Calvary. Okay?
Yes, and the Archbishop's just put out a statement affirming that's his opinion too.
He did. I read that statement. Now, wouldn't it be far better, therefore, while satisfying the, as the Pope says, satisfying those who like the old liturgy, to say this is not only a very different world, and not only a beleaguered world where Christians are in a vast minority and an increasing minority, but is also a world which, as far as we can see, within the lifetime of our grandchildren, if God has blessed us with grandchildren, the majority of mankind will be black and yellow, not white, and will not have Western culture. They may have the American bubble of dishwashers, und so weiter und so was, but they won't have the white mentality. Now, Latin and the entire Latin liturgy was developed by a Mediterranean, within the Mediterranean area, with a Latinate culture, culturally going back to Greeks and Rome, which, however much we study, will not last and will not be practiced in Katanga or in Shillong. And therefore that the broad view would say conserve, keep our rites and rituals, but the church in venturing on this very dangerous road, and I have some strictures against you, Monsignor, there in a moment, if I can get back to it, in all charity, because I found you wishy-washy about that renewal. Oh, Michael, I found you wishy-washy on things too. I want to get at you. But don't you think this is a new venture for the church, as they did with the Lombards, whom they called that loathsome people, but in the time of Gregory and his successor? We're endeavoring, while not crunching the sentiments of those who like the Latin, to widen the scope of this church, which Jesus said finally must be preached to all nations and must not be confined to a Latinate mentality. I'm advocating as the devil.
How do you handle that, Mr. Davies? Well, to start with, I don't go a lot on this cultural change thing, which you just mentioned and that Father mentioned earlier, because obviously if you're familiar with European history, American history, when you think what's happened in the last few hundred, the Industrial Revolution, the 2 world wars, yes. Those are far greater shocks than anything that's happened since the 1960s when you had Vatican II. There's nothing much changed in Western society since then. Yeah. And obviously what I'm principally concerned with is the faith within the society in which I live. I don't really want to speculate on what's going to happen in 100 years' time in a predominantly black or yellow culture. Yeah. I'd like to say, you're saying about this being, that it would be a good thing to adapt it to the cultures of people, but when St. Augustine came over to the Saxons, who are really dreadful Germanic, I must point out I'm Welsh, nothing to do with the horrible Saxons in English, but when he came over there, the English were able to adapt the Latin liturgy, and I think if they could, anybody could. Yes. And when they went to India, I have a lot of correspondence with India now. Terrible things are happening over there. Theoretically, it's called the Indianization of the liturgy, but it's really the Hinduization, and they're turning it into a Hindu service.
It's dreadful.
And the Indian Catholics are indignant about this.
I know, it's a dreadful mishmash. Monsieur, though, on the other hand, you're not really full of defense today, because on the one hand, you seem to draw, perhaps you didn't mean it, a parallel between Hans Küng and Lefebvre, which I find very unjustified. After all, Hans Küng is a declared heretic, in the sense that he has professed heresy. He's denied the divinity of Jesus, doesn't believe he rose from the dead, doesn't believe you and I will rise from the dead, doesn't believe in the Immaculate Conception or the infallibility, doesn't believe there's such a thing as sacred orders for a priest. In fact, you know. And Lefebvre has never done all of that. Now, you make a radical distinction, don't you, between Lefebvre and Hans Küng?
I'd make a distinction. Go ahead.
Not a radical one? Not really a radical one? If so, wouldn't you really say Lefebvre was guilty of material heresy? Would your stricture go as far as that?
No, I don't. No, I wouldn't say that.
You wouldn't say that?
No.
That's a rather radical difference, Monsignor.
Okay.
Isn't it? All right. Now, as regards the renewal,
yes.
You refuse to establish any correlation between the proposed renewal of the Vatican Council
yes.
and what I think, honestly, is a decadence that has set in. At least a lot of people think so. Mm. Is there any correlation, or is it just causal or casual, occasional?
I think the causes for deterioration are just too enormous to pinpoint them on a ritual change or change in structures of the church. Because we have parish councils or synods or senates or whatever, yes. consultation, and a new liturgy in a different language, to say that's the cause, I just don't think that's possible.
Well,
and I don't think we could say, I don't think the church is such a bad situation as we would hear, a deterioration, degradation, so on. We have enormous problems in the church. But I also, as a parish priest, see enormously good things happening in terms of lay people being involved in the church and exercising ministries that are valuable and have been untapped.
But still in all, Bill, when you were talking, you described your reactions as a practicing Catholic, listening to the liturgy as such, I'm sure you weren't just saying that because you like Latin or something like that. Have you the sense that there has been a general deterioration of the Catholic spirit as such, and the substitution of something of a more ecumenical Christian?
Yes, it seems to me that the emphasis has been communitarian, and there's something about Latin which it seems to me gave you a sense of privacy. There is the Mass is a mystery. Supernatural, the supernatural is a mystery. The Church is founded on certain mysteries, and there's a sense in which it is, I think, culturally consistent that a special vocabulary should be used in describing or in engaging in such a liturgy, so that I think that Latin had going for it not only that it was traditional and universal, but also precisely that it was not vernacular, in the same sense in which I object to I object to the elimination of the vocative thee and thou, substituting you. It seems to me that that is an informalization of a subject which should continue to be dealt with rather formally.
Well, let me take one sector of what you just said. When you were being educated, you know, in your young days, was there a stress on what we've been calling here the communitarian? Did that ever come up?
No, there were only a few prayers even said jointly, and that was at the very end of the Mass. Now you're praying jointly half the time.
Most of the time, if you're praying at all.
Yeah.
And not being annoyed. I'm betraying my prejudice there. But in your concept of the history of the Church as such, you know, was this communitarian idea a very prevalent idea in the past? Well, and was it lost along the way?
I think it's unquestionably true that the Mass of the catacombs put together the believers in a sense of fraternity, that they felt a bond that people tend to feel when they are being oppressed, the same kind of bond that gives that special exuberance to Roman Catholicism in Eastern Europe. I think that's unquestionably true. But there evolved then, I think, an ontological approach to the sacrifice of the Mass, which has been around for a long time. Evelyn Waugh handled the problem, I think, rather adroitly when, in his letter to the London Times, in which he said, there are those who say that the Latin Mass is only for the educated few, but surely Mother Church and all her charity can make a little nook even for the educated few. Now, this is, of course, even more than it is Catholic doctrine.
Yes.
Still, I think that in that letter and in other pronouncements, he identified himself with a continuum, which, to be sure, was affected in church history by the fact that the church was anything but an established religion for several hundred years.
Have I time for another question?
Yeah,
to your guest,
you have
Bill?
4 minutes.
4 minutes. Well, if I could give one question, which probably will interest you, especially because it concerns something that both were talking about. This introduction that was written by Paul VI to his first edition of the Ordo, was it? Am I correct in saying that?
Well, it wasn't written by Paul VI.
No, but he published it.
It was published with his authority.
That first introduction, and then, as I understand it, Cardinals Bacci and Ottaviani wrote a rather private letter to Paul VI about it, complaining that it had departed from the Catholic faith. It was withdrawn in the sense that he republished, and correct me if I'm wrong now, by the way, I'm trying to get the facts straight. First of all, he republished the introduction in which it was redone, and those elements of the old Catholic Mass were reiterated. Now, when you were both talking about it, Monsignor said that it was a change of emphasis. Monsignor, as I understood, I read them both about 3 years ago, so I'm vague on it, but it's a very important point. As far as I know, there was no mention of the sacrifice of Calvary and the sacrifice of the Mass and the action of the priest as being representing Jesus at all in that first introduction. It was more a presidency of an assembly of people gathered to memorialize a past event, like, say, the Seder memorializes the passage through the Red Sea. That's my impression. I don't know what you think about that, Michael Davies.
One point I'd better stress, it was the introduction to the general instruction to the new Mass was changed. Nothing was changed in the new Mass itself. All the deficiencies which I've mentioned in the new Mass, they still remain. It was only the theoretical...
It was an attempt to baptize it.
Yes, it was an attempt to baptize it, or to, what I believe you'd call in America, a cover-up.
Michael, that's a different thing.
Yes, it's a different thing, is it? Oh, sorry. Right.
We know all about cover-ups.
Yes, put my British foot in it.
You won't be, no, you won't be impeached for baptizing, but you will be impeached for covering up in this country.
Oh.
Well,
could I just...
Yes, Monsieur, I'd like you to.
The order of the Mass was not changed in that second edition.
Yeah.
The general instruction of the Roman Missal, which gives the 8-chapter guidelines for the celebration, it was not changed, except in a few very minor ways. But there was an added introduction that simply explained how in the order of the Mass and in the instruction, those elements that some said were missing are in fact there, and it cites illustrations of that. And the point you mentioned about the sacrifice of the priest would be included.
I'm sorry to have to contradict you there, Father, but there were a number of very, very important changes made in the general introduction itself. You did say just now I was rather naughty for saying Article 48 taught heresy. In the first edition it said that Last Supper was made present. In the second edition it's changed to say the sacrifice of the Mass is made, the sacrifice of the cross is made present. In Article 7 then now mentions the sacrifice and the priest acting in persona Christi. I've got a whole chapter on this in this book. I've done Pope Paul's New Mass, all the changes that were made. But even that doesn't satisfy me because it's the New Mass itself wasn't improved.
Thank you very much, Mr. Davies, and thank you very much, Father Champlin, and thank you, Dr. Malachi Martin. Gentlemen, thank you.
For a printed, bound transcript of this program, send $1 to Firing Line, Post Office Box 5966, Columbia, South Carolina, 29250. Indicate the subject of the program and please allow 3 weeks for delivery. This program was produced by SICA, which is solely responsible for its content. Funding was provided by this station and by other public television stations.